told me this is the order.
Hey, Steve, how are you? Good.
I promise it was just the shoes today. If you can suggest a place I can find some yellow and blue Jordans, some Michigan Jordans, I can't find none anywhere. I purchased some a couple years back from eBay, but they was faking the $3 bills. Man, I'm not wearing them. So Michigan?
He got some dunks.
Okay.
He got
Okay.
dunks though.
All yellow with the blue? Yeah.
Yeah.
All yellow with the blue check? Yeah.
Right, so
With the white
green
soles?
is-
Yeah, I know exactly, but I can't find them anywhere.
Yeah.
I'll take them. I got a Jordan Michigan sweatshirt, a hoodie. I got a Jordan sweatshirt. I got a Jordan hat.
That's okay. Let him move. You can do that. I got a whole bag full. Yeah. One more minute. What? Your phone in cut? 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. I need to call it together. It's 5:30. Okay. Well, I want to call you, make you present before you get up on. Check roll. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education Special Board Meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. Board members, as I call your name, please reply present for the records. Treasurer Luna,
Present.
Trustee Relaford,
Present.
Trustee King, absent. Vice President Clack,
Present.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre,
Present.
Secretary Perkins,
Present.
myself, President Mike Neal, present. We have 6 present, 1 absent.
Say present. Say
Doing-
present.
Thank you. 7 present, no absent. The board will now hear comments from the public. We ask that you state the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matters within the authority of the board and not address individual by name. The presiding officer of the board shall have the right to limit the number of persons who may address the board on the same subject. Please state your name and address first before beginning to speak. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to address the board? Come forward.
Good evening, Bruce Jordan, 5095 Exchange Drive. I represent the United Teachers of Flint. I'm here today to talk about the settlement agreement that you're going to be discussing in closed session. I think we're on a precipice together to move the needle, to recruit, retain desperately needed staff in the district. I know all of us that are here, and I know a lot of the teachers that have been reaching out are encouraging all of you to take a hard look at it and support the settlement agreement so we can move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here from the public that wishes to speak? Seeing none, the next item is a closed session. Board members, at this time, I need a motion and a second to go into closed session regarding UTF as well as attorney-client privilege under Section 8.8 of the Open Meeting Act, as well as the ACLU under Section 8E of the Michigan Open Meeting Act. Is there some motion?
I make a motion that we go into closed session for the UTF attorney-client privilege as well as the ACLU attorney-client privilege.
Support.
Second by Mr. Clark, thank you. It has been properly moved and second that we meet in the closed session. Board members, when I call your name, please say yes or no to go into closed session. Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Vice President Clark?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Myself, President McNeil. 7 yes, 0 no. Board member, we are now to meet in closed session. Please go into the room behind the table. I would like to call the special board meeting back to order. The time is 6:58 p.m. Board members, I would like to entertain a motion and a second for approval of a counter proposal to the arbitrator's recommended grievance settlement agreement between the board and UTF, which includes an immediate step upon ratification by the parties.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by McIntyre and supported by Claudia Perkins. Board members, as I call your name, are there any questions first? Are there any questions? It's been properly moved and second. Seeing no question, the motion to approve the counter proposal will be conducted by a roll call vote. Board members, I call your name, say yes or no. Trustee Luna?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Vice President Clack?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Myself, yes, 7 yes, 0 no. So, it's adjourned, this part of it's adjourned. Now, we will now start the regular board meeting at,
We have to adjourn.
I did, didn't I? Oh, this meeting special meeting has been adjourned. I think I have 7 o'clock. Anybody got different? 7 o'clock p.m. We will start the regular board meeting. I declare the special board meeting adjourned. 7 o'clock p.m. All these pieces of paper. At this time, I would turn the floor over to Superintendent Jones for introduction. Oh, no, that's the wrong paper here.
Mission statement.
You're doing I don't have that. What's this one doing here? Oh, this is your paper.
That's all right. That's
Stay
all
over
right.
there off my desk.
Okay.
I would like to call the Flint Board of Education regular meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. Board members, I call your name. Please say present. Trustee Luna.
Present.
Trustee Rutherford.
Present.
Trustee King.
Present.
Vice President Clack.
Present.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre.
Present.
Secretary Perkins.
Present.
And myself. Present. I will now call upon Secretary Perkins to read the district mission statement and first statement and the standards of practice.
District mission statement. It is the mission of the Flint School District to develop a community of learners who are prepared to live, work, and contribute in ever-changing society. Flint Board of Education standards of practice. In order to provide outstanding leadership and better serve the Flint community schools, we, the members of the Flint Board of Education, commit to the following standards of practice. Number one, we will be consistent in our dealings with each other, as well as students, staff, and community.
We will model trustworthiness and honesty in our relationships with each other, with our superintendent, and with our constituents.
We will focus on a common goal of providing the best education possible for the students in the Flint community schools.
We will respect the diverse views that each of us bring to the organization, as well as the view of others that we interact with as we carry out the business of the Board of Education.
We will be open and authentic with each other, our staff, and community.
As we work to make decisions, we will focus on issues, not personalities.
Our decisions will be student-centered and based on objective facts.
We will, excuse me, we will practice good listening skills to better understand our fellow Board of Education members and constituents.
Thank you, team. We are seeking, hope all of you guys look at the minutes, and I'm seeking approval of the minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a comment.
Yes.
At the December, I just want to call this out. At the December full board meeting, the minutes read that, let's see, I want to get the exact language. I had it, but essentially, a request was made to add item, which includes completing the phased approach to the regular board agenda in January 24. It's on page 9 of the packet. So I would like to work with Mr. Jones and Mrs. Beard to send out a doodle poll to have such meeting next week, because my understanding is Mr. Jones will be out on vacation the week of the 29th, and a lot of my colleagues will be in DC for the advocacy event. So I'll reach out on that request to have a finance committee of the whole.
So it's my understanding that we omitted to put that special meeting that you requested in this meeting.
Well, point of information, Trustee King requested it. He withdrew his motion, he requested that, so I'll reach out to the folks to get it scheduled and see where we are at. That's my only comment.
Okay.
I have a migraine, so excuse my
So that's
somber
just
note.
something that need to be added to the minutes, that's
So-
what you're saying. Is there any more questions? Yes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes from December 7th, 2023, December 12th, 2023, and December 13th, 2023.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Are there any other correction?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
under the same point Treasurer Luna just made, in King, it's a
Can you
S?
take your mask off? I can't
Yeah,
hear you.
it's hard to hear you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
The same point Treasurer Luna just made, under the same, paragraph, I say Trustee Kins, could we change that? All right, thank you. And I also may want to make note that I did make a request publicly that we put that item on the agenda, the regular meeting, and today is a regular meeting, and I failed to see that on there. So I would encourage my colleagues to respond to the doodle poll to handle our business as we should.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my understanding, we're seeking a meeting for next week.
Last week, correct.
Okay. Is there any more questions? Seeing none, the motion to approve the minutes from the December 7th board to December the 12th board workshop and the December 13th, 2023 regular board meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. Board members, as I call your name, please say yes or no. Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Vice President Clack. Vice President, huh?
Sorry. Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
No.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Luna,
Yes.
and myself is a yes, 7 yes, 1 no.
6 yes.
6 yes and 1 no. The board will not hear comments from the public. We ask that you state the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes on matters within the authority of the board and not address individuals by name. The presiding officer of the board should have the right to limit the numbers of persons who may address the board on the same subject. Please state your name and address first before beginning to speak. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to address the board? Please come forth.
Good evening, Felicia Neymark, DTM in-person direct hire speech-language pathologist and resident of Clio. I am here tonight, not on my usual soapbox, but to speak to you about hiring for a position on the agenda tonight that we are and have been in need of for quite some time, that of an early childhood evaluation coordinator. When I began working for Flint Schools in 2016, we had someone in this position for a few years off and on, and then it went vacant when that person left, and has not been filled by a full-time person for at least 5 years. During that time, Members of the Early Childhood Evaluation Team have had to take this on. Over the past 5 years, we have made great strides in our cooperation with GISD early on and in our Project Find compliance. We now receive over 300 referrals per year through Project Find, early on transitions from birth to 3 services to IEP plans that are the responsibility of the local district and from other sources. Candidates were interviewed by a team, and the early childhood staff that I have spoken with regarding this recommended candidate tonight has been positive about Ms. Law coming to assist this district with our youngest students. Ms. Law will be coordinating all Project Find referrals from referral through the eligible or ineligible IEP. She will assign the evaluation team, coordinate the evaluation, double-check timelines, and ensure team compliance. She will attend transition meetings for students coming from GISD, work with our team, which now includes me, to streamline the processes, with the goal and standard being getting us to 100% compliance with timelines and with IDEA and Michigan Special Education regulations. Ms. Law comes to us from GISD at Educare, and I have had the pleasure to work with her. She will be an asset to our LSS department and the district. Additionally, I did not see it in the HR packet for tonight, but we have had the resignation of Ms. Carrie Walls, one of our other in-person direct hire elementary early childhood speech language pathologist. She has been handling the majority of the early childhood evaluations for the past couple years. So now I'm going to step back onto the team to cover many of those responsibilities. I wish her well in her new position, and I think that the action is going to be taking and hopefully hiring Christina Law will be a step in the right direction for this team. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is James Collins, and I'm a resident of this, what you call, ward. And this past week, I had an opportunity to see a proposal that should be presented to you for consideration. And it was from the Southside City of Hope. And I wondered, I was told that they had the proposal prepared to give to you at your last meeting, but they were not allowed, and currently they're still not allowed to do this. Now, I consider this a benefit, especially for this side and for the school that you have no containment of, that's being destroyed, and I hope that you will consider listening to this. And there were several people there at this meeting that I attended that are donators to this cause. And I would like for this board to consider listening to their presentation and give us a yes or no on what they propose.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rose Morrow. I guess we're all some of us are here for the same thing. I happened to hear about an organization that was trying to do with Southside City of Hope. I'm a former law enforcement officer for 29 and a half years in 3 different states. I've worked with a lot of juveniles. I'm active with the Genesee County Sheriff Department and doing stuff in our community now. One of the biggest problems right now, we know we have a drug problem in the city of Flint, but we also have a gun problem. There are more juveniles right now in the city of Flint and in Genesee County getting arrested for weapons. I'm all for any community program to help the kids because if they say it starts at home, the teachers, I commend you. I commend the Board of Education, the law enforcement officers, and everybody's involved that's trying to help the students. When I hear of individuals, and I heard this program, and I don't know them, but I've been doing my little research, but they're trying to obtain Stewart School. Any community center is gonna help keep these kids off the street. I know, I promise, I'm gonna come and help them as much as I can. I was always a community policing officer, detective, everything. And even though I had my programs, I still help Hasselbreen and everybody else. But if you guys could please just consider assisting them in obtaining that building. There's other individuals that's gonna work with them. The kids need this. We need to get these kids off the street. And if we're gonna have them in a community center where somebody's gonna help guide them, because we know some of them are not getting guidance at home. So thank you, and if you could help them obtain that building, I would personally appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I live in Burton, Michigan, and I am a parent with 2 sons that attend Pierce. I am here to address the following concerns. Number 1, Flint Community Schools no hoodie policy. Last week, my sons informed me that although they are unable to wear their hoodies in school, they can wear their coats if they are cold. This doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to figure out how is a coat safer to wear in comparison to a hoodie. They both have hoodies. So I would like clarification on that. Number 2, Flint Community Schools no cell phone policy. Although I understand how distracting and troublesome cell phones can be, I believe there should have been a compromise. I don't think the school board took into consideration the safety of children while they are walking to school or standing at the bus stop. Let's not forget that sex trafficking is big business in Genesee County. Number 3, there was a recent incident at Southwestern Academy where a councilwoman used profanities at a former councilman and staff person in the presence of the vice principal. To my understanding, the vice principal refused to report the incident because she is friends with the councilwoman. How ignorant is this? How does this Board of Education have high standards for students' conduct and behavior, but not for their guests and school staff? Isn't this unbecoming and ignorant behavior a safety concern for you? What will be the consequences of this incident? Lastly, I am concerned about the recent elected president of the Board of Education. I have heard that the new president once plotted against the parents during the height of COVID by suggesting that Flint Community Schools secretly vaccinate our children without the knowledge and consent of the parents. I myself am a parent that does not believe in vaccinations, especially the COVID vaccination. So I want to know, how can I trust the new president to lead the school district anywhere when she is plotting against myself and other parents? And I would like to know who gave her the authority to even conjure that thought and to even suggest that. That is highly offensive to me. Where is the president's respect for our children, and where is the president's respect for the parents? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening again. Bruce Jordan, 5095 Exchange Drive. I represent the United Teachers of Flint. On October 31st, during a mediation session, Mr. Gardner and the administration entered into an agreement, a tentative agreement with the United Teachers of Flint, basically stating that steps will be restored effective like basically the beginning of this school year, in exchange for a few things, namely a couple more days on the calendar, moving the calendar from a balanced to a traditional. And during this mediation session, Mr. Gardner ensured Karen Christian, the president of the United Teachers of Flint, and myself, that he was in contact with both the superintendent and the board members that were on the board's bargaining team. Fast forward, November 2nd, UTF ratified the agreement, pending the rest of it, meaning we had to get the spreadsheet together. We had to get the calendar worked out. This afternoon, we were able to verify the spreadsheet was accurate, and we verified that we were in agreement with the calendar. The only thing left to do was to have the board accept the agreement. Rubber stamp it is basically what it is. The counter is not acceptable. We reject it. We don't even need to go to our general membership because we will not take that to our general membership. That the only thing that they will get is, instead of step restoration, is one step. I just got off the phone with Tim Gardner, and he did state that that this board would not accept the settlement agreement as written. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's the information that I've been given. What I can say is that the arbitrations that were scheduled and put in abeyance pending the approval of this agreement will be rescheduled. We are hopeful that you will reconsider and that the settlement agreement will move forward. I am speaking now to all the teachers that are probably listening to this, and a UTF update will go out tonight. But I can guarantee you that they're not going to be happy, considering that we had already entered a tentative agreement with the district. I don't know where else to go with this other than we have to take it to the next level. Arguably, this board, the district, entered into an unfair labor practice. We'll be getting a hold of MEA Legal tomorrow, and the arbitrations will be rescheduled. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Patrice Tyeska. I went to Stewart School. I lived around the block from Stewart School. My mother also taught at Stewart School. It's heartbreaking to see some of these schools that have been abandoned, and that's what it has been. They've been abandoned to be used by any and everybody. You don't know who's living in the buildings. You don't know what's going on in the buildings. And I think it would be a great service to the community if the Board of Ed would turn over that building to the South Side City of Hope. On the south side of Flint, we don't have many recreation centers. We don't have places where people can learn computer or get trained for a job. But the Southside City of Hope have in place just different options for that building, what they want to turn it into. And it would be a great service for that building to be renovated. They have plans to renovate it. They have plans to have different activities in it, not only for children, but for adults, for the community, which is important. You don't even know your neighbors anymore. You don't know who's walking up and down the street, but this can change that whole aspect of the South Side. And I would really recommend that you consider turning over that building. What are we gonna do with it? Tear it down? But you have somebody that wants, some people that want to do something with the building and do something for the community. And that's so important. So please consider turning that building over to the Southside City of Hope so that they can make something of it, help the community, rebuild the community. That's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Lathan Jefferson. Out on Pasadena, they spent probably $20 million to house and lock up young people as a jail. But somebody wants to get a building, take it, and train some people. Some of those kids that are out there Pasadena may not have had to go out there if they had something. I have a daughter, we have 8 kids. My youngest daughter, we sent her down to Alcorn College to go to college, be a child psychologist. She did that, come back, did that for 2 years, and she says, Daddy, I went and filled out an application to sell cars, and I looked at her. I says, I told you that 2 or 3 years ago that you could do that in the summer. She looked at me with that look like, you got amnesia. I'm like, no, you ain't got amnesia, you just did what you want to do. A while back, I told her, I says, you need to buy a house. I said, but you have to make under $100,000. She says, Daddy, I don't qualify, because she makes over 100. How much education does it take to educate a child to sell a car? How much education does it take to educate a child to sell a washer and dryer, a stove and refrigerator? Not a whole lot, but that kid's walking around here with a $100 pair of shoes. He conned somebody out of it. So those are the things that we need to look at here, and this facility will open up some of these doors. You have some of you that are paying $70, $80 or a couple $100 to get your hair did. That can be done out there. And this is just basic stuff. Auto mechanics. We don't have auto mechanics in Flint, but everybody in here drove a car. Everybody in here had to have their car sent to the shop to be worked on. Put it at automotive training in school in the center. But the reason why our car education stuff in Flint failed, because they didn't have the momentum to go out and get the kids and show them what they could do and could have. And this is what this training center will do. You know, some of us are setting up here in $200 or $300 suits. How much does it take for a person? How much education does it take for a child or train to sell a suit? Some of you wearing $800 dresses on Sundays. How much education does it take to train a young lady to be able to do that, to talk to a customer when they come in there into the store and have a conversation with them and tell them it looks nice? This ain't rocket science. I graduated. I'm real smart because I stayed in school an extra 2 years. I guess you know what that meant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Pascal, and I am a resident of the city of Flint. I'm here today to talk about letters of recommendation. I'm going to read one that I got in 2000, let me see, I got it, well, it was 2006-07, okay, listen. Don't get excited about the position because I'm not applying for it. It's something I did in the past. I applied for in the past, but didn't get, okay? I'm writing this letter to strongly recommend Ms. Stephanie Pascal for the coordinator K-12 Language Arts and Humanities position within your school district. For the purposes of background, Ms. Pascal and I taught together during the 2006-2007 school year at Johnson AAA. Ms. Pascal was my mentor teacher and was of immense help to my development as a teacher. She provided me with the information regarding the state and district standards and benchmarks. She also taught me many teaching strategies. Ms. Pascal has a talent for motivating alternative students, which at times can be a difficult task. She always made herself available to me and would include my classroom in activities that she planned as the 8th grade history teacher. I will always be grateful for her guidance and encouragement. Her innovative teaching style has inspired me to incorporate many of the techniques that she uses to educate students into her teaching style. I think I may have repeated that. She has a genuine rapport with the students that is obvious the moment you see her interact with the students. For all my years in teaching, serving on the Flint City Council, and other avenues of my life, I would put Ms. Pascal in the top 1% of people that I have come across in my life. Ms. Pascal is the type of innovative educator that I believe would be an asset to your school district and ultimately your community. Okay, so I'm here to blow this whistle. I'm a whistleblower, ladies and gentlemen. and I'm off the job right now. I'm one of the most decorated teachers in this school district, and I'm off the job. I'm off the job because my current principal, she wanted me to wash her clean with my good reputation. She wanted me to give her a letter of recommendation. And she's been lobbying board members to see to it that I do it. There's a few on here that know who I'm talking about. People that have come to my classroom and interrupted me in class and pulled me out where I've got to be face to face with board members without any chance to prepare, nothing. I've had enough of that. I want to have a meeting about this issue. There's lots of problems going over there at Holmes, and that little election that happened didn't go the right way, and I'm not going to be responsible for that. I'll have to come back another day, but I'm definitely going to be finishing up.
My name is Derek Nolan. I grew up at 2010 McAvoy Street. I attended Stewart Elementary School, K through 6, and I am a board member of Southside City of Hope. It is my hope that you all would allow me to have a 10-minute presentation, not tonight, but in the future, so we can lay out our vision for Stewart School. So my hope is that you would help me stop the dilapidation of that school and put it to use and make it a vital part of that community. I yield my time. God bless you.
Good afternoon, board members.
Good
Good
afternoon.
to see you guys again. I come before you. My name is Monica Robinson, and I was raised on 2025 Stanford Avenue, which is about 8 blocks from Stewart School. And I want to refresh your memory about some data as we made our decision to try to get Stewart School so we can make a community center out of it. We just want to reiterate that we don't want to create a school out of it. We're creating a community center where we can service the community. So as you leverage evidence-based research, it's important bridging gaps and making informed decisions by conducting data dives and let it drive our decision-making. And so as we looked at this research, it included the United States Postal Service, the U.S. Census Bureau, Yahoo, and the IRS, which was copywritten in 2023. And we honed in on the 48503 area code, of course. Looking at the total population by age, the median age in that area, with the population ranging from 1,600 people to 1,950 from the ages of 5 to 54. So that's what we're looking about. You know, those are ages that we're looking at trying to service in that community. 48503, 48504, 48507, and 48532 all have the same trends. And so our objective is to empower the community and that population. Also, we looked at household income. That's very important. As it relates to household income, over 5,000 people have a median household income of $26,494 a year, which is over double those that make $25,000 a year or more. The poverty level for a family of 4 is $27,750 a year. So the poverty level is less than the poverty level. Our goal is to improve household incomes so that the majority of people rise above the poverty level. And those services and those initiatives and programs that we have will help do that. Looking at the income exhibits a remarkable consistent trend in the income level, indicating a clear financial picture where there is a need for meaningful initiatives. And so it will foster economic growth. We aim to enhance income opportunities, fostering financial stability, and creating a pathway for a brighter future for each family. Last but not least, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time, but housing occupancy. The data reveals that 38% of the households are occupied by renters, and only 28% are homeowners they pose a potential challenge to local school system because of it being renters in that area. Fostering improvements that empower encouragement for homeowners would be a win-win-win for everyone involved, especially senior citizens, because it'll alleviate tax brackets, and it'll also help everyone involved, especially those millennials. And so then they become homeowners, and then everybody's happy. All right, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. My name is Tommy Johnson, and I live right outside the city limits, but I was born and raised in the city of Flint. I also worked at Stewart School the late 90s. I was a program assistant for Flint Community Schools, and so I basically ran the gym area. I think it's a beautiful school. I think you would be doing a disservice not to consider if it is viable for someone to rehab the school, to allow them to do that. It's a gym in that community. But I will also ask that you would do that for all the Flint schools that are available. If anyone presents you a plan that they can sustain the school after you give it to them with everything that they need, I think that the board should consider it. We can look around Genesee County, but especially Flint, and see where there are beautiful buildings, and once different entities got a hold of them, they just let them sit and rot. It's not benefiting us in this city at all to have buildings that are empty that someone can use. But again, I will ask you to look at all the areas of people that are asking you for buildings to make sure that they have everything that they need to show you that they can sustain the building once you give it to them. Thank you. I yield my time.
Is there anyone here from the public would like to speak? Anyone else would like to speak? Thank you. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to Superintendent Jones. Is this for you?
Thank you, Board President. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. King, would you help Ms. Reba come up? Ms. Reba Jones. Board members, as well as our community and Flint Community Schools, we have a young lady here that has spent 53 years in Flint Community Schools. 53 years in Flint Community Schools. I'm only 46, and you've been here 53 years serving. You retired, Ms. Reba Jones, as our parent facilitator at Freeman Elementary. They put on a wonderful event for Ms. Jones. Look at that, you have a good last name, I like that. But on behalf of this board, the Board of Education did not want this to not be acknowledged. This is a non-precedenting award that we are giving to you, and we wanted to acknowledge 53 years of service to Flint Community Schools. You've been here through hard times, you've been here through good times, and you retired still trying to figure out, as you stated to me, when can I come back and how can I come back to serve? So on behalf of Flint Community Schools, the Board of Education, and this administration, and every teacher, every principal, and everyone that serves in Flint Community Schools, we honor you today with this award for 53 years of service. And we clap for you now, and we thank you for your service. If we could, yeah, sure. Any board members would like to stand with Ms. Reba, we can do that. Come on over here, Ms. Ms. Reba, would you like to say anything?
Actually, Flint Schools has been so good to me, and I really wasn't ready to retire. I really wasn't. But my doctor insisted, so I took her word for it. But I will be back as a volunteer.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reba. I'd also like to just mention Ms. Dara Benton, who spent 43 years in Flint Community Schools. She could not be here tonight, but we also wanted to acknowledge Ms. Dara Benton. So if we can give Ms. Dara Benton a hand, thank you. At this time, we're going to ask Ms. Fields to come with our academic update for Flint Community Schools to the Board of Education. Board members, because we had a inclement weather day, the scholars that went on the Dakota trip, yep, they will present next month and not tonight. Go ahead, Ms.
Good evening, Board. It's a pleasure to be here today to be able to update you on our MDE partnership goal and partnership goals and agreement. Steve, are you going to be bringing the presentation up? The presentation? He doesn't have the presentation? Are we bringing it up, or you don't want me to just use it off of their packets? Okay. So I'm excited to be here tonight to be able to share with you updates in regards to our partnership agreement and our goals. And I'm excited to be able to share with you some really great highlights in regards to some decision-making that this board made in order to be able to impact and have us to have some really, really great gains over the past year. In our presentation, I'm going to go over first our literacy goals very quickly. For our first goal was rooted in literacy, and it is that by our 18-month mark, and that'll be coming up in June, that we are well ahead of that particular goal at 1% growth for literacy proficiency. We also agreed with our state partners that we would do at least 50% of our scholars would meet 5% points in their increase in their growth. We also had agreed into agreement with our diverse libraries and having those across the district, as well as a literacy implementation plan that includes at least 3 components of best practices in regards to literacy implementation. Additionally, we have a math goal that we entered in an agreement with the MDE, where we would increase 1% of our students would increase by 1% by June 30th of 2024 for our 18-month mark, and in addition to that, our same goal for our math was that 50% of our scholars would meet at least 5% in their growth. In your packet, you'll find the comparison for last year's school index summaries for the 21-22 school year. You'll additionally find in the PowerPoint the 22-23 index score summary for this year the scores were recently released from embargo on December 5th of 2023 and shared on the state data website and transparency reporting. I didn't know if you were going to speak up, Mr. King. I saw you looking over towards there.
Could I, is it possible we can have it? I want you to be able to follow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate that, sir.
I think he's working on it.
So a couple of things that I can explain while we're waiting for the presentation to be pulled. If you could please pull from your packets or take a look at your packets, the school identification flow chart. The school accountability identification flow chart explains how we entered. Yes, sir.
So since he's working on trying to get that up, board members, I know you want to follow along, so we can move on and come back
Okay.
to this so that you can follow along with the information that's going to be on the screen. So Stephen, continue to try to work on that, and we'll move on in the agenda, if that is okay with the Board of Education, and then we'll come back to this.
That's good.
So I don't want to sit here and just prolong the time as you're going over it and they can't follow it.
Okay, understood.
Sorry about that,
Nope,
Ms.
not a
Fields.
problem, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Field.
Thank you. We'll come back to it.
Don't go anywhere. Be careful. Thank you, Mr. Jones. You can now proceed with the action items.
Okay. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 21.8, approval to seek funding for Summerfield.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion for the Summerfield?
Yes. Dr. Tunnicliffe is here, board members. He's been here. So Dr. Tunnicliffe, if you could come. So if there's any questions about seeking funding, so this is not Flint Community Schools seeking funding. This is the ISD seeking funding for safety purposes of that building as they are in that building. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear as well.
Thank you, Dr. Tunnicliffe. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, members of the board. And again, just as Mr. Jones indicated, as the board is aware, we do run Head Start and Early Head Start programming at Summerfield, and of course wish to continue to run programming there. As I think the board's aware, Summerfield is in need of renovations, and so we are seeking the board's permission to move forward and seek funding, specifically to seek funding from the CS Mott Foundation to make improvements of about $5.15 million at Summerfield. The board is well aware that our current agreement is that Flint Community Schools owns Summerfield, of course, and will continue to own Summerfield after such renovations. So obviously our goal is to improve the environment for the families that we serve at Summerfield, and also to keep a viable building in place in Flint Community Schools. But we are seeking your approval to request that opportunity from the CS Mott Foundation. And I'm happy to answer any questions about what renovations we're seeking.
Madam Chair.
Trustee McIntyre, then Trustee Rutherford.
Oh, hi, Superintendent Turner-Cliff, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Help me to understand the reason for the request and why wouldn't we just ask for it? I guess, am I understanding that we own the building, you all are operating the building, so you all are going to ask MOD for, how, I didn't hear the number. How much?
$5.15 million. $5,155,000.
$5.1 million?
$5,155,594.
I'm glad I could write numbers out. Okay. So you're going to ask for $5 million plus to renovate our building?
That's correct.
How sweet.
I guess why wouldn't we ask for that since it's our building?
If Flint wants to put money into Summerfield, that would be wonderful. The agreement right now says that any improvements beyond $50,000 will be discussed between both entities, obviously Flint Community Schools and the Genesee Intermediate School District. My thought was this would give us the opportunity to move forward. It seemed as though having your investment of $5 million into a building that you don't currently operate programs in might not make the most sense. We are operating programs in it, and so we are offering to seek that funding. If Flint Community Schools wanted to seek the funding, obviously that's not our decision.
Okay, I need to understand that. So we leased the building to GISD, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's our building, and the students at GISD are from where?
Flint Community Schools. Well, they live in
They're
the
from the
city of
area.
Flint. That's
Okay,
correct.
so technically our students, but you all are in our building as leases, as renters. So the renter is going to get a loan to get money to renovate our building. I guess that just doesn't make sense to me. Why wouldn't we, Superintendent Jones, get the funding to repair our building that we're responsible for?
So we're not seeking a loan?
I corrected that. I corrected that.
Okay. So the ISD is utilizing the building, and Dr. Tunnicliffe had spoken to me about we need some updates done in the building. And the idea is, okay, Flint is not going to spend $5 million to get it updated. So Dr. Tunnicliffe, well, let's get some funding. And I want to seek out some funding so that we can get that. Okay, so if you want Flint to ask the foundation for the money, the board can make that decision. But it's not, I don't see where there's a big difference in who's asking for the funding for this particular building. I don't see where.
You don't see that you're perceived as a slumlord? It's your property, you're responsible for it.
I don't see
Well,
that.
well, as a board member, I see us being perceived as slumlords. If it's your property, you're responsible for it. Superintendent Tunnicliffe, thank you for that, but I guess for me, it's just it's egregious. This is our property, and when our renters have decided things need to be improved, as the owner, it's your responsibility to do the improvements. I just want to definitely make sure that I'm not understanding this. Unless it's something I don't know, I'm not aware of. Can someone bring me up to speed?
Trustee, are you done? Trustee McIntyre. Sure.
Thank you so much for coming here to answer questions. Really appreciate your time. I think there is information that Trustee Relaford is missing. A couple decades of history of the Flint schools and the intermediate school districts and the Mott Foundation. So I can appreciate the situation that you're in, the situation that the Flint schools is in, and we've come to this point after a long time of negotiating, of things changing, of systems changing, of systematically. The question I have, which is more of a theoretical question at this point, because in terms of a functional question, I think it's moot, given where we're at with GISD and the Flint Community Schools. The question is, why are you running our Head Start and our, what's the other program? Early Head Start. Yes, I should know that because my children both, they all participated in that. And then there's early on and all that kind of thing. Why is the intermediate school district in charge of, is GISD in charge of all the other school districts? Early Head Start and Head Start? No, they're not. So why do we not have control and autonomy of those programs? Now, like I said, it's a theoretical question at this point that I don't think is something that we need to get into. That would be getting into the weeds. I mean, we do need to talk about it at some point because it's something that previous boards have grappled with and is a contentious issue. What's before us today, however, is the fact that given how it is currently structured, and maybe we can talk about further down the road getting control of our Head Start program back and having it under locally and democratically appointed board and community. While you are charged with running that program, I just wanted to say I appreciate the steps that you have taken and the kind of olive branch, as it were, to keep it in Summerfield, to acknowledge the fact that Summerfield is Flint Community Schools, that it is our program, that you're working with us more as a equitable partner than a subordinate, let's just say. So I can appreciate that, and I thank you for that. I thank you for allowing, or not even allowing, because that's the wrong word, for acknowledging that partnership and supporting that so that we retain our resources and our school district, helping us retain autonomy and local control. That being said, we know that all the schools need improvement. What I'm thinking is that you probably have more influence and more pull with the Mott Foundation in terms of securing $5 million to renovate a building. So there's obviously some politics going on with that negotiation. I'm not adverse to that, and I'm not criticizing that necessarily. My question, so this is the roundabout way of the actual question that I have for you, but I needed to preface that just because of the comments that were made and just for the public's understanding. My question is, it says upgrade safety measures and improvements. Why is there an emphasis on safety measures? We understand that all these buildings, gosh, could have millions of dollars poured into them. But can you please elaborate what that means and why there's like this emphasis, and maybe just give us why it's so costly? You know, all these buildings need all these improvements. Why Summerfield? Why now? And why $5 million?
Sure. Why Summerfield? Because that's the building that we run programs in. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Yes. Why Summerfield and not a new or different building? For exactly what I think you were alluding to. I can only speak for myself, and I do believe that I'm doing everything I can to partner with Superintendent Jones and Flint Community Schools in the ways that we can to help sustain Flint Community Schools and help it to thrive. So to stay at Summerfield is an intentional decision because you own Summerfield, and to leave that facility to move into a new or different facility leaves you with one more vacated building. Yes. I've been to every board meeting I've been to, there have been public comments about one vacated building after another. So that is an intentional decision. The requests that we're making are, I would say, both health and safety. The building needs a new roof. Is it structurally sound? Yes, we wouldn't have children there if it were not structurally sound, but it needs a new roof, and those members that have been part of the board for years know that we've gone back and forth on replacement, patching. It needs a new roof. It cannot be patched again. Structurally, I want to be clear, structurally, it is sound. We've had structural engineers there. But to year over year over year not address the fact that it needs a new roof is a safety concern, in my opinion. Replacing of the HVAC system is a safety concern, in my opinion. Is there heat? Absolutely, there's heat. But replacing and updating the HVAC system as you've done and are doing with all of your other buildings, I believe is a safety issue. So perhaps that term I'm using as a health and safety issue. Replacement of windows. The windows do need replacement. You know that because you know the age of the building. Replacement of the parking lot. The parking lot needs to be replaced. If you've driven through the parking lot, you know that. Now, maybe that's not a safety concern, admittedly, but I do consider it. Relocation of the main entrance of the building. You're aware of the main entrance of the building, where it's located, and It does not meet, in my opinion, best practices for a safe and secure vestibule entrance. The fire suppression system, again, operable, but needs to be updated. I consider that to be a health and a safety issue. Updating the fire panel along with the suppression system is something that should be done moving forward in that building. So again, these are not items that are things that are unsafe at this moment. We could not have licensing, nor could you have licensing for that building, but there are improvements that need to be made moving forward if we're going to continue to provide programming for children. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it did, and I just wanted to thank you. That's, yeah, for doing that so that we all have an understanding.
Certainly.
And thank you for doing that.
Trustee Lewin.
Madam President, I want to be clear that I'll be supporting the proposal tonight. My fear number one is if we delay this and do it our own, that's further capacity taken away from our already strained staff, and we have other priorities that Mr. Jones has expressed to us multiple times throughout the last year and even the first of this year. More importantly, page 1, section 4A of the lease agreement clearly states that the landlord agrees that it shall pay for and provide all necessary maintenance and repairs to the building structure, including the roofs, the boilers, as well as with the parking lots. I'm going to paraphrase the next part because it's a long part of it, but if these repairs exceed $50,000, then the two parties, being the Genesee Intermediate School District and Flint Community Schools, are going to reach agreement to make these repairs done. For me personally, I know that the GISD has done this work before. They are a responsible organization, and to be quite frank, we have several employees who are part of our senior staff from the GISD. I trust they can do this in an expedient manner, and I think it's semantics as to which entity requests the grant. So I'll be supporting this tonight, and thank you for being here. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee King and then Trustee Perkins.
Yeah, I will first say that I was the last school-age scholar inside the building before it was deemed to be closed. And all the things that's listed in the repair sheet, as I would go, the replacement of the roof, replacement of HVAC, windows, parking lot, secure main, relocation of a secure main entrance, upgrade fire suppression, upgrade fire panel. I know the roof was bad. I know the HVAC was bad from the last time I was there in 5th grade. And to your knowledge, has this building been renovated ever since?
So specifically, since we've been running Head Start and Early Head Start programming there, we certainly have, and Flint Community Schools has partnered in a number of patches to the roof. That's kind of traditional work around school roofs. But we're at the point, we've worked with the roofing company multiple times. We cannot continue to patch the roof. So beyond that, I can't speak to any additional changes since you were in 5th grade.
So if we reasonably assume that besides the roof patching, there's been nothing, no upgrades. It's been needed for a long time. I appreciate you all for finding funding, not from Flint Schools General Fund. I appreciate that because we all know that we have a $14 million structural deficit. We have issues with going on that we all know about. You already talked to I'm assuming you already talked to the foundation, right?
Well, the foundation is aware that we would like to make a request for this money, but I do not have any money to
so
do this
you
work
need the
tomorrow,
approval from
if
us
that's what you're
to
asking.
simply do that, right?
We do need your approval, yes.
Right. So I would appreciate if my colleagues vote for this because at the end of the day, Flint Kids is inside of that building, right?
That's correct.
We still service Flint Kids. That's part of our community. Whether they enrolled inside of Flint schools or not, they're still Flint Kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perkins.
Mr. Tunnegate, Superintendent Tunnegate.
Yes, ma'am.
I thank you because I live right there in that neighborhood. And I see all of the things that you have talked about. And I have many students out of my church that attend Summerfield. And it's a very good program. And I believe true partnering. We need help from anywhere we can get it right now. And so I thank you,
Thank you. You're welcome.
and you have my support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Trustee Rutherford.
I just want to run back. I don't have a problem with it being renovated. I guess for me, being a landlord of a building, when we were doing renovations, we need to take care of our buildings. That was my statement with that. So I don't want my colleagues to think I have an issue with it, but that's our responsibility. And when we were doing renovations, Summerfield should have been on that. And to me, it's a bad look because we need to be responsible for our property. And I'm not a big supporter of shared services. I've said that before. We're able to make our own decisions because we are a district that's well able to do it. But how long will Flint schools be at the mercy of GISD? It's as if we can't make a decision without GISD input. Sometimes you have to grow up and you have to be able to walk on your own and take care of what's been entrusted in you. So I'm perturbed that an occupant of our building will have to seek funding to take care of our buildings. That was my issue. Thank you for the allotted time.
Thank you. I guess I speak. I want to thank you for taking this initiative. We've been talking about GISD. The state superintendent explained it to the board why we couldn't just pull out and do all of this. And it states in the contract, it's just like if I lease you a building, you fix it up, it's still my building, and you add in an investment to that community. And that is a great investment because once you clean that up, we can start, enrollment is going to increase. And those children usually will roll over into our Flint community schools. So because of this agreement that we have, and you taking this initiative to revitalize our property, and I appreciate that, and that this is going to look great for Ms. Perkins live in that community. When I go over there, it's just great. Why can't our kids have the best? We are not slumlord. We strategically went through these different schools. We know who's in them and where, and we know that that property was being leased. So I appreciate you investing in us and our children and the parents that bring their kids there. And I'm looking forward to see something new. We got Holmes going, we got Barnell, we did Dorrider, and I will be supporting what you're doing for GISD is doing, and the shared service that you have provided, because I believe that this is what's gonna help us rebrand, regenerate. We in the re-process, and this is a great start for us, and as we begin to look at board members and where we can grow the community and grow our district, and then we can revisit it. But I thank you for investing in our property, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, and I'm just, again, I just want to be clear, I'm seeking the approval to make that request, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion concerning this agenda item, 21.8? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to move resolution 21.8, approved to seek funding for Summerfield, will be conducted by a roll call vote for the next meeting. As I call your name.
This is seeking for approval.
Yeah, this is seeking for approval. As I call your name, please say.
Yes. Yes, the motion was made.
Was it?
And it's seconded.
Yeah, he did.
You don't know who those folks are?
One information.
Okay.
One information. I made the motion to accept the grant proposal, and Vice President Clack made the motion to support
And
the
we're in
motion.
discussion now,
Support the
and we're
motion.
wrapping up discussion, so we're going into
The vote.
the vote. Seeing no further discussion, the motion to move resolution 21.8, approval to seek funding for Summerfield will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Vice President Clack?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
No.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Luna?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. We have 6 yes and 1 no. Thank you, Dr. Tunnicliffe.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Yep. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 21.9, Shared Service Assistant Finance Director Agreement. This is the controller position that we have spoken about.
So moved.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, trustee.
through you to Mr. Jones, could we please have Shanda come speak to us about the position and its need?
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman.
Sorry, Ms. Cleves.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
I just have a
Proceed.
couple questions, and then I'll turn it to you. They're two separate questions, but very interconnected. Question one, why is this position needed? And then question two, with this position being filled through probably a more discounted rate through GISD, how will it improve our pain points when it comes to our budget, our impending operational deficit, and also our statute required audit that we do every year? I know that was a lot, so if you want me to come back and say it again, I can.
So currently, within the business office, you've always had the finance director position and a controller position. So it's actually a vacancy that's already put into the budget for that position. I'm trying to think what else you asked.
What are some of the pain points in the business office that you're experiencing, and how could this position reduce those pain points?
So with this position, it's actually like an assistant position, and there are different skill sets with that position. So within the position that I have currently, I'm in meetings and stuff, so then the business office can still continue on with that position, answering questions, assisting with the budget, doing the day-to-day work.
And my last question is for Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, the last several months, what's been the benefit of partnering with the ISD when it comes to these crucial positions, and what's been how's it been for you, I guess, for lack of better words?
I would definitely say that we have more eyes supporting. We have some consistency with getting our systems where they need to be. The work is happening. I will say, and to affirm Ms. Cleves, there's been some hard work as it pertains to what we've always done in our district. And even at the school levels, director levels, coordinator levels, some of the folks are so used to doing things a certain way. Ms. Cleves have been real strong in making sure that we push that mindset away, and so has Ms. Montgomery. We need that support. I would say that Dr. Tunnicliffe is a text and a phone call away to support not only myself, but to support those departments. It's not been, I'll say it straight and clear, it's not been a takeover. It's not been any type of Superintendent Jones, do it this way. It's been a partnership, and it's been services, shared services, and it's just been a great support. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Cleves.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yeah, so thank you, both of you, for coming up here and taking this time. And I just wanted to reiterate what Superintendent Jones was saying. And I'm probably the most vocal critic about Flint schools being under Flint jurisdiction and having democratically controlled and elected trustees overseeing, local school district. And I am so relieved and hopeful and optimistic. Dr. Tunnicliffe, I really appreciate how you have stepped up and out to really embrace our district with empowerment. I can really see the efforts that you've made. I'm very hopeful. I've watched this district for decades, and I think you and your team are really making some very good, positive changes. I mean, in conjunction with everybody else. And I just wanted to say thank you. Like I said, I am not one to, rubber stamp and sugarcoat things. Like I said, I'm one of the biggest critics of talking about, colonial rule and oversight and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to, say to the community and say to the public that while it would, in an ideal situation, it would be wonderful to have, our 15,000 students, that are potentially available to enroll in our school, and to have us do our preschool, and to have all that. That's an ideal that I think that we're closer to with this team, with your cooperation, with your input, and with your services. So that's like, ideally, it would be great if we had all these things in-house, but thank you so much, and thank you for all of the effort and the time. I can really see the cooperation.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee King?
Mr. Tunnicliffe, could you explain to us the role of GISD?
Sure.
In short, I know it's a whole lot.
In short, our role is to support local school districts and public school academies here in Genesee County. So our direct services differ across the state for ISDs, but first and foremost, our role is to support local districts.
Right. So I would say that the ISD has been supporting Flint schools with shared services. The mentality of Flint can do it by themselves, yes, right? But also I think we need to start partnering more, in my opinion. Partnership with the ISD that support local school districts, that support various school districts throughout the county. And Flint Community Schools is not the only district that has shared services, but I would say we have to shift the mindset of doing things alone, because this is a targeted team approach. Like, as we talk about teacher shortages, like, this is a targeted team approach. We have to get, in my opinion, we have to get away from being independent. We have to work with other people, because there are best practices. If Ms. Cleese, would you say that in your role, talking to other shared services directors, have you gained best practice knowledges? Have you gained a lot from them?
Yes, we meet regularly and we bounce ideas off of each other, and we're able to share, work with each other, because essentially all the districts we're in, they need help, and so we're able to help them.
Yeah.
So we're not in it alone.
I appreciate that, because as Genesee County as a whole, and as we talk about the larger picture of educating the youth and the next generation, this need to be a team approach from all of us. And with integrity, but this need to be a team approach. And I appreciate GISD being inside Flint schools, because Flint schools, we can see what it was without partnership and where we are now and where we're going, right? So I'm in support of this. I appreciate shared services with, finance and our HR. Been wonderful working with you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Is there any more discussions?
Madam Chair,
Trustee Rutherford?
when it comes to partnership, it's a partnership. This is more than a partnership. Our critical areas in our district are ran by GISD. When I look at this annual amount, it's $190,409. When Ms. Cleaves, I think you're amazing. But when Ms. Cleaves walk out that door, what do we have? That's what shared services get you. When they walk out, you are left with what you have. Now, being a partnership, in my opinion, is you have shared services, and shared services is training your staff to do what needs to be done. Not they do the work, they create their culture, and once it's over, all that's gone away, and the district find themselves right back at square one. So no, I'm not in favor of shared services. I'm in favor of a partnership. Because Flint schools, whether you like it or not, Flint schools is going to have to get to the point where Flint schools can take care of Flint schools. My question is, did Flint schools post this position? Did that come through Flint schools to work for Flint schools in this position, or was it through GISD?
I'll answer.
That's a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no.
How is that?
This position has
Did
been.
Ms. Montgomery post this position for Flint schools, to be a Flint school employee? Well, I'm asking a question. You just can't tell me.
Go ahead.
Point of information.
Proceed, Trustee King.
The controller position has been vacant since we've been on this board and beforehand. This has been that position. So that I want to be able to help you with the controller position that's been vacant since we've been on this board and before we've been on this board. That controller position been vacant for years. Once we reached the agreement of shared services with business operating services, that was always the agreement to fill your executive director role and your controller position. That was that. But Flint Schools has been trying to hire a controller before we went to do shared services, and we could not find anyone. To give a little bit more historical knowledge, our former CFO was playing both roles. She was the former controller before she became elevated to the CFO position. So that, just give you a little knowledge in that part.
The question was simple.
I just gave you.
No, I just asked a question. Did Ms. Montgomery post this for Flint schools? That's all. I'm aware of the history. I just asked a question. That's all. Did Ms. Montgomery post this position for Flint schools? Yes or no? Okay, that's all. I'm good.
I didn't know who you're asking.
Guess it. I'm good. I asked a question. If I don't agree, I don't agree. And I'm just trying to protect this district so that we can be stable, to be able to be a district instead of total dependence on another entity. And like Dr. Turncliffe said, no, they don't take care of other districts early on in education. They take care of Flint's. So,
just point of clarity.
Go ahead, sir.
You didn't ask that question. You asked
I didn't say
if we
me.
do.
No, I'm
right.
talking about
you asked
what
if we
she
do
stated.
all districts.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I said the question was, do we serve all districts for Head Start? And the answer is no, we don't. But Flint is not the only district that we serve. But we also, in terms of shared business services, specifically, we're in 12 districts. We've presented that to the
With all due
board.
respect, sir, I'm only talking about Flint. That's all I'm talking. That's all I'm concerned about. I was raised in a household. What they do in their house, that's their house. But as far as my house, that's what we do. So I'm never concerned about anyone else, sir. That's all. So that's my statement, you all. I stand alone, but my voice is my voice. Thank you.
Yeah, Trustee Rutherford, I appreciate your you echoing your comments. I can respect that. Question for you. The last presentation when we first agreed to shared services, we talked about having shared files, right? Having a continuous, the goal was to create process and procedures inside both the business office and the HR office, right? And we started creating that, right? Right. Okay. And we also talked about how there is a shared file between the Flint Community Schools and the ISD about the work that's being done, not just the work, but the process and procedures that has taken place. Am I correct that that is still occurring, right?
Yes, so all the files are saved on the Flint Drive.
Flint Drive.
Yep.
Superintendent Jones.
So everyone can access those in the business office.
Superintendent Jones, does everyone have do you have access to this? It's not hidden from
Those
you?
that supposed to have access has
Correct.
access.
So if any time, let's say, something happened or, we move, we're not at square one, all right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I want to make sure.
Is there any more discussion?
I have one
Yes,
quick
Trustee
comment.
Nona.
I do want to thank Ms. Cleaves for her work in the Finance and Operations Subcommittee and the Finance Committee of the whole. As chair of that committee, she's been a major help in getting us information in advance.
Yes.
Answering our questions the day of the subcommittee, but then also following up with our questions she couldn't answer at the moment. And it's been a really, it's been a great breath, what's the phrase? Well, you know what I'm saying, like a great breath of fresh air, I think is a phrase. And I do want to call out too that in the audit, thanks to the interim CFO and Ms. Cleaves, we've made a lot of strides in our audit through the previous years, and that's thanks to you and your team. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion to move resolution 21.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I don't want this narrative to be twisted.
Excuse me.
I just asked you a question, can I?
didn't-
Madam Chair, I
you
said
did-
Madam
okay,
Chair.
go ahead.
Thank
Proceed.
you. I don't want the narrative twisted. Ms. Cleaves, when you came, you had to familiarize yourself with what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when I say you start over, you don't know where things are. So she had to familiarize herself with what was going on. So when I say you have to start over, you have to start over. Her expertise allowed her to be up and going because it's a completely new system. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank both of you for your time. I believe we all have worked very hard together with shared service. I've been doing shared service a long time with different organizations, and it works when you're in a crush like we are. I appreciate your work. I appreciate you, what you're doing and your guidance. If there are any more discussion concerning 21.9. Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve Resolution 21.9, Shared Services System Finance Director Agreement, will be conducted by a roll call. Board members, as I call your name, please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
No.
Vice President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself, President Mike Neal, yes. 6 yes, 1 no. Thank you very much. Thank both of you. At this time, I would turn the floor over to Superintendent Jones for information and question regarding the information items 22.1, a lobbyist.
Yes, so Board of Education in December, I think it was November, you wanted us to seek information on a lobbyist, and we reached out to several firms. We had one firm that got back with us, and Mr. Burton Brown, I was able to speak with him. He's here tonight. What I wanted to happen was, I know that what we do is we speak to more than one entity or firm in any situation we're in, and we were not able to do that. However, I did make some phone calls today and trying to reach back out to some others. But Mr. Brown is here to answer any questions that the board may have about his firm. And I brought it as an information item because of that precedent to make sure that we speak to more than one firm, and we have not been able to do that. But I do want Mr. Brown to come forward. And this situation can be complex because this is the time that there's a lot on the floor, the legislative floor, trying to get some things done, trying to get some monies in the district. As you all know, you're going to Washington, D.C., trying to fight for us to get funding for infrastructure and other things. And I don't want to miss, so we're in a situation to where I'd like the board to assist in this determination as it pertains to, do you want to, of course you want to hear Mr. Burton Brown and ask any questions, but we'd like to seek more firms and continue in that process, knowing where we are in the district and what's going on in legislation at this time. What would the board, what would be the pleasure of the board? And so I wanted to hear some of your questions as well.
It's in the board.
And I'll give you the opportunity to speak to Mr. Burton Brown, in which we had a great conversation, and he was able to help me understand some things about this work. And so I'd like him to be able to speak to you as well, and you be able to ask any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
So what you have in front of
of you is a quick snapshot of Warner Norcross and Judd, the firm I'm with. Quick background, Burton Brown, born and raised Flint, Michigan. Most of you guys on the board know me a bit. Graduated from the Flint Central. And it's a pleasure of mine to be here to present, but also a pleasure of mine to do work for the school board. History, I represented the school district for 3 years between 2015 and 2018. The board didn't approve the last contract, so it might still be in the committee notes or whatever for the request to reapprove the contract. But like I said, before you have Warner Norcross Judd, just at a snapshot of the organization, the business that we do. Honestly, the superintendent was very clear. We work with the legislature. I think you have a number of things that you're doing on a state level. You have the Michigan Department of Education agreement that you're working on, which is something that's important. And we are able to kind of help navigate those relationships. There are two really strong committees for you, one of which is a policy committee, which deals a lot with what you're talking about regarding the agreement you have with the department. But then there's the K-12 Appropriations Committee. We talked about a $14 million budget structural deficit. I think it's very important to understand how that works, and that really, the money comes through K-12 approach. At the end of the day, there are a couple ways that I talk about appropriations, but really, I'm gonna leave it to you guys to ask me any questions, but yeah, go ahead. Many questions, whatever you need.
President
Yeah.
King, go ahead.
Me?
King, well, I don't know who was first.
Oh, thank you. A couple questions, they won't be too long.
All right.
Can you, well, I think context is important, but you're better at it giving this than I. I know in 2018, at that time, we had a Republican trifecta, which I know you work with Republicans and Democrats alike, in 2018. In 2023, we have a Democratic trifecta, so the complete opposite. In addition to that, we've had unprecedented budget surpluses at the state through different programs. One is called the Enhancement Grant. They've invested in and around this community and across the state. One being University of Michigan Flint. I think they received $35 million for their new innovation building. The Michigan School for the Deaf received $40 million, and Beecher School District received $2.5 million. But could you just explain to us the context of 2018 and 2023, how that's different, but also 2024, and how that could be changed next year? I know it's a big question, but I think context is very important.
So I think you talked about the dynamics of partisanship. Ironically, it wasn't necessarily partisanship that translated into the funding that you're talking about. It was really the federal investment in the state that allowed for the state to be a little bit more generous than it has been in the past. So that's one context of what you're talking about. But I think it's important to understand when you hire a lobbying firm, I know we all have friends that are elected. We all have friends that are in the state level. Our job is to have relationships with both Republicans and Democrats. And during that time, actually in 2018, I was able to secure funding while representing Flint School with a Republican trifecta, funding that actually replaced the door rider furnace. There was funding that we were able to change through boilerplate. It's a line item in the budget. I'll get a little in the weeds here. Line item 11S, which you guys are pretty familiar with, GISD is pretty familiar with. We had to do a lot of boilerplate changes to that because a portion of the funding that goes to the Flint School wasn't necessarily broad enough regarding how they were able to hire school psychiatrists. So there wasn't, it wasn't broad enough, it didn't allow for flexibility, so that $2.4 million was then able to be used based on the work we did with the current, well, the at the time CFO and the Treasury Department, which again, it's a lot of work. The worst thing you want to see happen is you receive funding and you have to send it back. So boilerplate is very important. Having somebody watching that is important. One word can be the difference between 50 million and nothing, honestly. So that context hopefully helps answer your question.
It did, thank you.
Yep.
Who was next? Trustee King? Okay.
What's up, Bert?
What's going on, man?
I just want to get to the, how much do you cost?
Okay, so that is an easy question. $5,000 a month. We do retainers. $60,000 a year is the total.
Okay, so, all right. Now I know we can't guarantee anything on our
No,
return, but
no.
how good are you?
I'll honestly say I am as good as my results. So Burston Fieldhouse, that's a client. 100K Ideas is a client. Community Foundation of Greater Flint is a client. The Revive Health Center is a client. Who else in the Flint area do I represent?
Is this the only school district that you?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
only school
that's what-
district. Yep, only school district.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Brown, how you doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, good. Question for you. You said you worked for Flint Community Schools 2015 through 2018?
Yep.
Were you the same lobbying firm, or was it a different one?
So that time, it was my own. So I've been lobbying since 2014. I was able to, Warner Norcross is the largest, literally the largest law firm in the state of Michigan, and I am not an attorney, but because of the work that I was able to do, they brought me in, and basically they brought in my book of business, and now I'm working in their firm and helping them in the government relations department. So they brought me in doing this work, and at the time it was Brown Consulting Group that represented the city, the school district.
Okay. For me, I will request that between that time frame, what all you was able to give back to the district, just for my reference.
Okay.
But from what I know, have Warner Norcross and Judd represented any other school district in the county, or?
No.
This would be the first one?
School district in the county, yes.
Have they represented any other school district in the state?
I would have to check. I mean, it's a large firm. Now, legally.
Okay. How big is this firm? Is it state or federal?
Oh, it's a statewide. It's, like I said, one of the largest, if not the largest law firm in the state. And I would argue that I would have to check to see if they weren't your attorney at one point, because they're that big. They represent, y'all might have a relationship with them, and I'm not that familiar.
This is a law firm, or is it
a law firm? We have practice groups, so we have automotive practice group, which is
Okay.
pretty substantial. We have a lobbying practice group, which is pretty substantial.
So the government affairs practice group
Yep.
is okay, so it's a law firm, but this is let's say so it's a group inside this law firm that does okay, now I can understand that.
Yep.
Thank you for explaining.
Yep.
What is the rating of your organization?
Rating.
Like 1 star, 5 stars?
I'm not sure if they do that, but we are AM 100, which means there's AM 200, AM Law 200. It's 200 top law firms in the country. We're in that list.
Oh, okay, so in the people that I'm looking at on this paper, are all of these attorneys except
I'm
you?
the only one that's not.
Okay. And do you actually lobby? You
I'm the one that
physically-
does the work. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
If I'm here, I'm there.
And how long did you say you've been doing it?
2014.
Okay.
Yep. Before that, I worked for probably the best state rep in the history of our country, Woodrow Stanley. So.
All right. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Brown, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. How are you?
Good. Who are you familiar with up here on this board?
Everybody.
Except me.
Everybody?
I think I may have met you in passing. I've worked in the city of Flint. I'm 42. I've been here for a number of years. I think we've met in passing. I know you through Brenda. I know you and the president because they used to go to coffee hours for Woodrow often. So I know a lot of people. I've been here in Clack. I've known probably, for a pretty substantial amount of time.
Okay, I have to be honest, I don't remember you.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
It's okay, it's not a negative, but it's
Okay.
just one of those, you sound really, really familiar to a lot of people up here, and certain things we have to reveal. Either I'm missing it, but do you have a portfolio of the things you've accomplished?
Yeah, I can send, I'm not sure who was on the board at the time, but I can resend an email outlining everything I did while I was representing you all. But if you want to go down the list, Burston had, okay.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I like to read it.
Okay.
So how did you find out about this opportunity?
I think the superintendent sent out a correspondence to lobbying firms that were around the state.
Okay, and normally do you forward your portfolio ahead of time, or only if you're asked for it?
My client list?
Your portfolio, what you have done. So one resume would have been wonderful for me.
Right.
Just, I don't know you, but I would love to read about you prior to me seeing you, or
Okay.
even if you walked up and presented it to us. It's just one of those, I just want to see who you are, because I'm not familiar with you. Okay, so with that being said, are you familiar with the state of Flint schools of where we're at right now in regards to deficits, in regards to what type of funding you can identify that's out there for us?
When you say specifically, am I aware of?
You could be general.
So general, I'm aware of what Board Member King said about 30 minutes ago, the $14 million structural deficit.
Okay.
I don't have any documentation on the school yet.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
I'm not sure that we have met.
I don't think we have.
Don't think so, okay.
Oh,
Huh? So, yeah, I'd like some further information, and I'm, yeah, like I normally am when I'm just, I haven't had time to think about it, so I'm just sort of like, grappling with the information in my neurodivergent way. And the thing that I guess that it occurs to ask me now is that you did lobby for the Flint schools, and if I'm remembering 2014 to 2018, I would like to see like a list of what was advocated for, even if it wasn't something that was accomplished, like what was the work that you were focused on.
So I think you all can, and this is just an immediate answer to that question. There's a line item that's called Flint Emergency Fund. With the help of me and a number of people, because at the time I also represented Educare, we created that line item. So that line item, that $9 million line item that exists, that was Educare, GISD, and Brown Consulting along with Flint Schools.
So that concerns me because you're working with entities that sometimes are partners, sometimes are adversaries, sometimes are undermining us, sometimes who don't have the same necessarily democratic or equitable goals that I would like to see in the district. So I'm concerned about, this is not casting aspersions on your character or on you. I'm just thinking aloud, like I do. Conflicts of interest, because Flint is small, very small. And you mentioned Woodrow Stanley, you mentioned the Community Foundation, you mentioned Educare. Those things, as a sociologist looking at structural power relations, I would like to research and investigate more, because I would like to do for myself a power analysis and see where you sit within that framework. And like I said, this is not about you personally. I just don't have the information. I don't know enough to make an informed decision. I am reluctantly at a place where I would like to see a lobbyist, because I understand the necessity for it. I mean, ideologically, I'm not, that's not where I'm at, but being a board member and working with the partnerships, I get it, and I'm willing to do that and reach out, and I see the necessity for that, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited about your enthusiasm, your connections, right? Your connection to the Flint community. So I'm sorry that I'm sort of talking out loud, but that's, you know me, you guys, that's just kind of how I am. But that's where I'm at. We need to move forward as soon as possible. I get that. But even if I could have like just a couple more days, you know, just to look at, maybe ask you some questions, have a conversation, that kind of thing. So that's where I'm at. I'm not against it, but I'm just, like, I just don't have enough information where I'm comfortable moving forward, if that sort of makes sense. And thank you. Thank you for coming up here and being grilled by this.
Go ahead. Mr. King, I can respond.
Okay, sorry, two things. Mr. Jones, you said you sent out a correspondence to multiple lobbying firms.
I think with one, I sent an email. With another, I called. And then today, I got with another, some folks in the community that know more firms. So I'm waiting on that information to come back.
You've called multiple and only one answer.
Yes.
And this was the one, Warner,
Yes.
Warner Cross, okay. Mr. Brown, you said it was Flint Emergency Fund? That's what it was?
Line item 11S has several names like that they go by, but the Flint Emergency Relief, it was the water crisis that was the impetus behind it. Senator Ananick was very influential in getting it accomplished.
And that was for Flint schools, or that was for the city of Flint?
Flint schools.
That was for drinking water, filters?
It initially started out as kids affected by the water crisis to help build EduCare,
Yeah.
which is the center off of right by
DTM.
Yep. And that really dealt with kids that were affected by the water crisis that were Flint kids. But then there were ongoing issues, psychological issues, PTSD, those type of things. So the district needed to hire some interventionists. And the language was very, very, very rigid. They weren't able to find people that they could pay that type of salary to that were qualified. So we kept it opening up and expanding the language so that the money could be spent.
Okay. I'm a supporter of a district lobbyist, but I also do want to see that list that you have, since you was with Flint Schools. I do want to see that, but I am in support of a lobbyist. I do agree with that. Thank you. That's all.
I think I have more of a, it's not more of like a question, but mixed with a statement. I think what most of us want to know is that if we put this $60,000 investment in you, how are we going to know that you're going to work as hard for us as you do for the people that we know are our adversaries at times? I think, is that what we're saying? Yeah, so I think we've got that concern. You know, although I'm familiar with you on a personal basis, but this is completely different.
No.
And we've got a responsibility as fiduciaries of the district to, you know, do what's best, you know, and financially possible. So I think that's what, you know, a lot of the board members, their concern is.
So I think for me, what we do typically for businesses that we represent, we provide them an over sort of view of our clientele. And I guess you can pick from that list if there are conflicts. Internally, law firms are very stringent when it comes to conflicts. I mean, we turn away business so we're not conflicted out. I'm not licensed, but 99% of the people I work with are licensed, and they can lose their license if there's a conflict. And all of that typically is worked out in the language of the engagement, which we have not done. We have not done anything other than just kind of submit that and start this conversation. And we'll follow the superintendent on whatever information you guys need, and we'll respond to that. I think preemptively, if there are people that you immediately see as a threat, maybe, and I don't want to say this to back away, but maybe we're not the ones, because I don't know who you would see as a potential threat. And that's something I think we could talk about as it relates to who we represent. And to be fair, we do 100% for every client. If we can't, we don't take them.
Mr. Brown, I really want to thank you for being here. And you're here because there's a need, and there's a desperate need. I've been on this board for about 3 years, and we have not, we're getting there, but we talk about it. And as you notice that my concern and our concern is equity pay for teachers, retention, smaller classroom, and just a healthy environment financially, and we're not healthy like we want. And we shouldn't have to negotiate all the time, robbing from Peter just to give people a decent wage. And we're working on a lot of things, but it's not enough for us to fulfill this community. My goal is that we regrow this community. And I'm hoping that the people that is out there listening is that we're investing in growing the community. Just like with Dr. Tunnicliffe, he sat here, he invested in our community to help us grow the community. And this is a small town, so I would not hold that against you, because you can't help but work with everybody. We're talking about integrity, and I'm not going to question your integrity. And the price is very reasonable. When we first started out trying to find a lobbyist, we had a lot of hiccups. You was on the board with us, back and forth trying to find the right person. And I just think that it's kind of like, and I'm going to say this, Martin Luther King said, "I seen the mountaintop. I might not get there with you," but he saw it. Ever since he saw that mountaintop, we're down in the valley with David now. We slid from that midway points, and we do not have the opportunity to climb and walk. We got to run to the top. And I think that a good lobby would help us do this. We need enrollment in order for us to have a healthy public school and pay our teachers livable wage. We need these chairs filled up in these schools. We need nice schools. And without that, we need sports. We need sports centers. And so we do need a lobbyist. And for me, I have no problem. I mean, I would vote and trust you, because guess what? You get paid every month, right? So we can do whatever we have to do. But if you have the passion that this board have, love for teachers, love for students, and love for growth, and love for change, we can get back to that point of that mountain where maybe we could see what Dr. Martin Luther King saw, because we haven't seen it. And so I'm just saying that I respect your time, and I respect it that you came here. And I don't think that Superintendent Jones would have brought us something, and he knows our passion. And we're trying to get to Washington, D.C. We need to contact some of these constituents in D.C. Maybe you can help us, because we're going to be there. Somebody help me.
Next week, 27th through the 30th.
To the advocate. Yeah, we're going to advocate for public school Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So we need all kind of support we can get. We need wisdom and knowledge. And I want to thank you for your time, Trustee McIntyre.
All right, so kind of thought of a few things, especially considered based on a few of the responses that you had.
Madam Chair.
One of the things that I would like to ask a little bit more about is, you said you're not aware of who would be our adversaries, and that concerns me.
Okay.
That really concerns me, because that's pretty clear who our adversaries are: charter schools, the political situation in the state, the whole drive towards privatization and neoliberal policies that have undermined public education. And so I would really hope that a lobbyist would be fighting for systemic changes for the schools, so that we retain public schools, which are under attack. And specifically in Michigan, the financial emergency manager law, which is still on the books, which was one of the causes of the water crisis, which also puts us under jeopardy of state takeover, not just of municipalities, but of school districts. So that's something that has to be stricken from the books. I can go on and on and on. And the fact that we have a nonprofit industrial complex that is not our friend, that is part of this system, that takes advantage of our democratic public schools. And so, as a lobbyist, maybe it's not, if you're going to be advocating for some of these nonprofit industrial complex entities, maybe it's not a good fit, because I need somebody who has the passion to keep public schools open and to change the system, to change the legislation so that we get more funding for public schools. Now, I understand that you're going to be working in Michigan, and there's federal considerations as well, but how much can you do for Flint, for Michigan, in this political climate to help us leverage whatever it is that we can to keep our public school systems and to keep it local and democratically accountable? So that's what I need to hear, I guess, from you, is your passion for that, the fact that you want to fight for public schools and to do whatever it takes by whatever means necessary to keep it open.
Thank you.
And to find whatever cracks and nooks we can squeeze out and eke funding from a inequitable, horrible, racist, classist system that is stacked against us. So that's what I want to see. And I want to see you doing whatever you can within this corrupt system to make the schools viable.
Thank you, Trustee McIntyre.
Madam Chair,
Is there, yes, Trustee Rutherford?
did you give me the go ahead? Okay. Mr. Brown, did I hear you say you don't have a license?
Law license.
Law license, so you're not an attorney?
Not an attorney. I am a registered lobbyist, though.
So
good.
not
Yeah,
being
that's
an
good.
attorney,
Thank you.
would that limit you on your access in certain areas?
Nope.
I asked him.
Yeah, I know you did.
Would that-
No, not at all. So let me give you sort of a framework of how Michigan lobbying has worked in the history of our state. Typically, law firms have not had government relation practices. Most lobbying firms are not law firms. They're separate. Even the rules that regulate lawyers and the rules that regulate lobbying are pretty persnickety. For example, I can't take success fees.
What's that word you just used?
Persnickety. I mean, just very, very nuanced.
Persnickety?
Yeah, kind of tough. Fussy to do.
What do you say? Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I'm regulated under the Lobbying Act as opposed to a lawyer being regulated by the bar.
Okay, I guess for me, we're dealing with, this is not my money, so
No, I
when I'm dealing with other people, I like to check all the dots. And I think for me, when someone's doing a presentation, I'm just accustomed to them putting their best foot forward, because you only get one time to make a first impression. And I
Point
think,
of information,
Your point?
is this a presentation?
No, this is the information, just.
this is the first time I saw him, and he's talking about his law firm, his firm.
Point of information, isn't he just coming up here to
To
like
give-
get with the
True.
pleasure of the board just to
Yeah.
answer a few questions?
I guess for me, when you are, what's your credibility? I can say I'm whatever. I guess for me, sir, when you coming before the board, I guess I look for more preparation to be able to provide me with information instead of hearing, I'll get it to you. So it's first impression. That's all, sir. Whether it's planned or not, first impression is a lasting impression.
Madam President,
Trustee Luna.
a couple questions, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Use your mic, please.
Sorry. A couple questions, and I just want you to correct me if I'm wrong. When does the budget process begin? I assume February, late January?
It started Friday with CREC. So that's the conference revenue estimating. So basically, they tell you how much money the state has. Fortunately for you all, what we've seen is school aid funding as the only budget that increased. Because of the federal money that was in the state, we had a lot of money in the different budgets, which you were talking about, the 40 million and all that. Well, school aid was the only budget that showed funding that went up, which is good for you. So yeah, so it started Friday.
I have 2 more questions, maybe 3. Could you get us kind of like a CV of what you've been able to deliver for your clients? I think Trustee King asked about for the district specifically, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee McIntyre asked about just overall.
I think we all kind of want it.
That'd be great, because I hear the urgency and the timeline, because that budget process, I've worked it before in my previous career. It's intense, it's fast moving, and the sooner you get involved in it, I think the better. My last question, or maybe it's a statement. I would like if you can get that to us by Monday, and give us a day to review it. I think you would have broad support on this board if we can get those questions answered. I think you raised some great questions about our adversaries. I like to use different language, you know me. But from my experience in Lansing, and this is my own personal experience, I'm not speaking on Mr. Brown. Law firms have a reputation for what they stand for. Some don't represent big tobacco. Some don't represent the oil industry. Some don't represent individuals who may not have the best character. I appreciate your candor and honesty about providing this information, but I just will say this. I was expecting a lot higher price, above $60,000. That's without fringe benefits. That's a by month per basis. If we got $500,000 through your work, let alone 40, 50 million, the operational deficit is 14 million, and we have long-term debt as well. I'd be happy with the work. And I think through board policy, we have evaluations with our different contractors and vendors. So those are my comments.
I would like to chime in.
Just point of information, Trustee Luna, point of information, he asked for Monday. Could it possibly be by close of business Friday? I'm not to push you.
That's what my question.
That was my
Oh,
point.
tomorrow's
Yeah.
Thursday. I was thinking today's.
I don't want to put any pressure, but that would be.
Oh, yeah, because the weekend's review.
Is that possible, Mr.
If
Brown,
it's possible,
to have
if
it
it's-
and send the information to Pam Beard, and she makes sure that each superintendent, they'll make sure that the whole board get that information.
Through you, Madam President, I will send it to the superintendent.
How soon can you get it to us?
You said close of business Friday. You'll have it by close of business Friday.
That's for most board members. Work with them.
Trustee, you said close of business day Friday.
Oh, so you can do it by end of day Friday then?
I'll do it whenever you tell me to.
Let's do that, and then that gives us the weekend to digest if we were to
I would
schedule.
like to be able to read over and have a conversation and talk about it myself.
Yeah, and just one last comment.
Okay.
I'm done, I promise, on this topic.
That's okay, we can talk.
I think it's a testament to your passion for the Flint community. It's kind of off-putting that the superintendent reached out to several lobbying firms and individuals who are in their own firm. And, I mean, I read the news, everyone reads the news, people see the buildings when they drive around Flint, that they wouldn't even give us a response as to how we can advance things like our structural deficit. We have 20 vacant structures that are either dilapidated or need to be demolished, or some could be refurbished. We had to spend a lot of money to demolish Washington because it was a public health hazard, and it was just, there's kids who live in that immediate neighborhood, and that is money that otherwise could have been spent on student achievement and teacher compensation. So I think if we could leverage funds from not just the state of Michigan, but philanthropic partners, because I understand that you have relationships with different entities just outside of state government, that would be helpful. So looking forward to seeing the information. Hopefully we get our questions answered.
Any more questions? Any more discussion?
Madam President, before we go, I just want to leave you all with this. I'm a Flint Central grad. I love Flint schools. This is something that is a passion project. I've always been involved in whatever the school district has as it relates to what they need. And I really appreciate you guys' time. And I promise you, your information I provide will kind of fill in the blanks if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you
If
so
it
much.
pleases the board, once we get that information, that we do a poll for one day next week and have a meeting, a board, as a whole. Mr. Jones will be out of town, but he said he's willing to time in to us through a Zoom. So, well, he can, because it's just a meeting. He just wants to hear what the board is saying.
Is this a find out?
So this would be so I'll just restate what I said earlier. I'm going to work with you.
We have to be as a whole if we have to make a decision.
Yeah, I would ask and request a finance committee of the whole sometime next week, just to address this and some other.
Excuse me, you said next week?
Yes, ma'am. I think you all leave for DC the following week.
Madam Chair? If,
I was trying to hear him out. You said next week.
Sometime next week, and I'm going to ask for a poll to be put out just so we can get a sense of where people are.
Okay, Trustee King.
now, we can meet for a lobbying firm. I want to make sure we meet for the completion of our phased approach. If we can do
that'd
that,
be- sorry.
if we can put all that in the same meeting, I'll be kind to do that. I would like to see that.
But we did say that we was gonna close the
I just
building.
want to make sure that was noted.
Point of
That we
information.
can meet for a lobbying firm, we can meet to do our business that we need. Thank you.
Yeah, point of information.
And that's the phase for the 2 buildings that we voted for.
Point of information.
Somebody said point of information.
I did.
Oh,
Yeah, Trustee King, I know there were issues with us having the meeting prior to the organizational meeting because we had the MLK event where 6 of us showed up to it, and we decided at that time to not do that and to support the scholars at that event. But on the agenda that Mr. Jones proposed to me, he included that phased approach, and that's a top priority for me as well. So I hear you on that.
so we all in agreement?
Madam Chair, I didn't hear a word he said. Can he repeat it? I couldn't hear it, and I'm right beside him.
Yeah, I'll say it again.
Yeah, thank you.
I already said it. I know I've been talking away from the mic. Mr. Jones proposed that we meet January 9th. It came to us as information that he wanted to support a student at the MLK event last week. And also, it was before the organizational meeting, so we canceled that Finance Committee of the whole. But on that agenda, it did include the phased approach, among other things. Obviously, for example, the Summerfield renovation was approved tonight, so that won't be on there, but I think there's some items that we need to put on there, and I think that are planned to be on there. Is that good enough? Thank you.
So you already had a date in mind for
No, because we have to pick one. I think we can get one for next week. I probably asked Mrs. Beard to have a response by end of day Friday. If you could do it by 3 p.m. Friday, and I can connect with you after 3 p.m. to select a date, that'd be great. And I can put that in the email to formalize it, and I've said it here publicly too, because we have urgent matters that, to Trustee King's point, we've not addressed, including our phased approach, and we talked about our deficit. At some point, we have to also make moves to really address that on our own half. And we all know that there's equity issues when it comes to our funding, but we have to make some decisions that could be hard.
The only thing I would add is making sure that I can Zoom in as I'm at the Michigan Association's Superintendent's Conference that's in Detroit. So if I can Zoom in, we'll make sure we're there to do it.
Because he can't Zoom because he's not voting. Yeah, superintendent can't Zoom in because he's not voting. We are.
He's not an elected official.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing no more discussion, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Oh,
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Jones, Mr. Brown, thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
At this time, I would like to entertain discussion and question regarding information, item 22.2, Northwestern Sport renovation.
Madam Chair, I would like to table this because
Okay.
because of the cancellation of school, we weren't able to meet with the athletic director. So we weren't able to meet, so we could table this until,
To the next meeting with
Yeah.
FinOps,
Can we
because
do
it
that
is
then?
part of FinOps.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
And Ms.
Depending on what this if this conversation is just about, I don't know the length of the conversation, but if it's about what, we're working with the athletic director, as we spoke to the board, about in some visioning around sports. When the board set aside monies for athletics in Flint schools, we began at that moment to work with the athletic director on visioning, and we're not quite done with that because we've been interrupted with some things. We've been trying to get some scheduled meetings, and we're not, I wouldn't say that we're quite ready to speak to the board as a whole with that. But if there's something else that the board is thinking that you want to bring to the table, then I'd like to know that so we can add that to the conversation with our athletic director.
right. I mean, if they just want,
So I can for tabling it, it's fine.
Okay,
We can come back to it.
Yeah,
Let's just
and we
table
don't
it
have,
and come back to
it's
it.
just
We can just give an
information,
update-
and we
just
can
an
just
update
come
on
back.
what-
Thank you,
Okay.
sounds great.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, trustee Rutherford?
Do we, with this, Vice President Clack, do we have a committee, a subcommittee with this? That's working on getting this up and going with the funding that we set aside, or is it just, not, how is this being governed? Is there a committee in place?
Madam Chair,
Oh,
if I may.
yes.
Yeah, I
okay.
said it to
Go
you,
ahead.
I said it to you.
Okay, there has been meetings with myself, Superintendent Jones, and Trustee King, along with Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster. I've also had a few phone conversations with Judge Beagle and Mr. Bryant, Norm Bryant. So there's not a necessarily committee per se, and we haven't made any decisions. We've just pretty much just been brainstorming, throwing ideas out. So we're kind of contingent on what Mr. Foster comes with, the information that he comes back with. But there is no definite subcommittee that's doing it. It's just all of us working together.
So can we create a subcommittee so that we can get information on a regular basis on what's going on? Is that possible?
There's no information to give at this point, but yeah, go ahead.
At this point, I don't think we need a subcommittee, but we could, like, I remember Trustee Rutherford, you had mentioned that you wanted to be a part of that decision-making, involved in it, and there's 3 people. It doesn't have to be a subcommittee, it's just meeting. When I met with them, I just popped in and they, I showed up, and I don't know if I was invited or what, but when they initially started talking about it, I don't think at this point we need a subcommittee. It's just that we just need to make sure that once everything get the road and the whole board and the community normally gets involved in these decision-making. So, and they already in the middle of doing this here, and just let them bring that information back, because it's a decision by the board as a whole. What are you guys, what community input, which falls under community relation as a whole, because we want to involve the community once you guys get everything set. And that's how it had been in the past, that we didn't, when we started out with Northwestern, wasn't a committee, it's doing somebody taking that initiative, and we hadn't had that community engagement like we should, and it normally falls under community relation. So,
Point of information.
I wasn't finished. I was asking because Tony Holiday presented several times,
He's with us too.
and I didn't hear his name, so just to know who's at the table. I don't want to be a part of the committee. If I said that before, I'll withdraw from that.
Can I answer that?
That's not, but I
yes,
just,
please do.
that's all. I just, who's at the table, and so that we'll know who's making the decisions. That was my only rationale behind it. That was my rationale.
So to answer where Coach Holiday plays, where he fits in the puzzle, I guess it's more like kind of like a two-tier thing. We're doing the inside and outside. So the basketball is definitely played on the indoors go ahead.
Yeah, so Trustee Rutherford, so when this kicked off, when the board decided to put some money aside for sports, the district needs to do our own homework as to what it is that we want to do. Now, in the meantime, I know that there was some folks that was meeting out in the public. I have not met with those people. I don't plan on meeting with them yet. The reason why is because the district needs to know what the district wants to do before we begin to, and we want to hear from the public, don't get me wrong, but I just don't, as a superintendent, I'm not ready to bring anyone else in until the athletic director, those that's working with him, we have some visioning around just some foundation about sports and looking at this from where we are today. So I've only met with Vice President, Trustee Teray, and the athletic director, and our community education person, which is Mike Minebrook. I've only met with those folks because we're trying to pull together what it looks like for students, what it looks like in academics, and what we want to see at the ground level. I didn't want to bring this forward to the board until we had some ground level work done.
I can appreciate that. Well, with you all's input, now you understand why I was asking my question.
Yes.
Because you had a lot going on, and where else than to just ask at the table, so that I could see that you are working internally and you guys are putting things together prior to anything outside taking place. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Jones, let's proceed with the HR action
Yep, I
items.
seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.1 Personnel Recommendation.
I make a motion that we accept 1.1 personnel recommendations. Support.
Is it been properly supported? Is there any discussions?
Point of information. Are we on
Human
1.1 under HR?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're in discussion.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Where is this person currently employed at? Is that possible to know? I looked at the resume, but I didn't see what district.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
I don't know that we discussed that information.
Current employment, not public.
Well, I'm just at, is it like local, out of state?
I'd have to check. I'm sorry, I don't have that information
Okay.
right now. I can get it to you, though.
All right. I mean, normally on a resume, you could see where they're employed at. That was all. I didn't see that. I saw the description. You can proceed. Now that someone's looking at it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm done, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in the resume, it indicates where the person is currently employed at. It begins in 2018 to present.
What district?
We just can't say it.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, somebody can write it and tell me. I looked at that.
It says it right
page is-
there.
It's in the package.
It's in the packet. I'm looking at it, but I didn't see it. You can continue.
I'm done.
Okay.
I was talking to the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing there's no more discussions. Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve resolution 1.1, personnel recommendation, will be conducted by a roll call. Yes or no? Board members, as I call your name, Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Vice President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Myself, President McNeil, yes. 7 yes and 0 no.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 1.2, Letter of Agreement Shanda Forward, and school counselors. You might want to come. You might want to come. You might have questions on this one.
Who is that? Page 68.
I make a motion that we accept 1.2 letter of agreement, C4.
I'll support.
School counselors.
That was me.
And then, okay. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Trustee King?
Ms. Montgomery, could you explain how this help Flint kids, Flint scholars?
We can't hardly
And
hear you.
I can't hear you.
can you explain to us how does this help Flint scholars and how did this come about?
So what happened, we have 2 counselors right now. We do have a position posted that we're having a hard time filling for. So this particular person that's outlined, the letter of agreement would allow them to utilize Article 6G5 of the contract, where they'll actually be compensated 20% of their salary to provide services, but they would be responsible for providing counseling services for the high school, middle school, and then other school buildings. And so this person, the ratio would be 300 students to every 1 counselor. So we're just seeking a motion for approval for them to continue to provide the services that they're providing while we continue to try to secure someone to.
So basically what you're saying
hire.
is compensating her for the work that she'll be doing?
Correct.
Because is she one of 2, you said?
Yes.
One of 2, okay.
Mhm.
Thanks.
The other person is at ALA.
Are we doing the same thing for them?
It would just be just this particular person
Oh,
because of
because-
the services.
because
Yeah,
they at
she
the
has
middle
more
school.
buildings.
Okay, she's at the middle school, that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
You
you.
got it. Mhm.
There's an echo.
I s-
Can't understand that she's saying.
So you want her to repeat everything she just said?
everything, but I'm just, I couldn't understand. Can you?
Oh, so what happened with this particular position for this counselor, she's responsible for providing services for the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school. And so the ratio is 300 students to every 1 counselor. And so she's actually over that. So we're seeking a motion for approval for compensation to utilize current language in the contract, which is Article 6G5 as a counselor.
So this is in addition to the salary? This is like
Yeah.
like because of, it's going over the contract, the
She-
number?
Right.
We're down counselors.
Yeah.
We just
Yeah.
had one that left the district.
I get you, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I just couldn't hear anything.
Got
I
it.
apologize.
Understood.
So, okay, so just for the people that might not, that be watching that might not understand, Mrs. Ford is the counselor, I'm
Can't say
sorry,
her
the person in question is the person who's over Southwestern and Holmes Middle School. And so we're asking for an increase in her pay because she's got more students than she should be. Okay,
Yeah, you got it.
right.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussions? Any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
are we looking to help her? Is this this is just like a temporary fix?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a
Is it?
lot. How, off the top of your head, do you know how much she's over?
No, I don't know the exact
Okay.
number. Yeah.
That's fair, thank you.
Any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve Resolution 1.2, letter of agreement, Shanda Forward and School Council will be conducted by roll call. Board members, I call your names. Please say yes or no. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre? Trustee McIntyre, yes or no? I can come back if you want.
Come back to me.
Vice President Clack?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Relaford?
No.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
No.
And and myself will say yes. 5 yes, 2 no. Okay, all right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I make a motion.
thank
Hang
you.
on, I make a motion to batch 11.1 through 11.9.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to batch 11.1 through, you said 11.9?
Yes.
And it's been second. Is there any discussions?
Yes. Yeah, Madam Chair, first off, thanks to Mrs. Beard. She gets us these board packets early. I know there's been some instances where I couldn't read it in its entirety, but because there's 9 items on the Finance and Operations Committee, I made sure to read it as best I could, and I didn't have any particular questions about the costs. My questions were about the urgency of these. And if you read through them, they are urgent, and I reached out and they expressed the urgent need for them just when it comes to creating a safe space for our staff and students, because as we all know, when students and staff feel safer, they learn better and they teach better. So I'll be supporting this batch, and hopefully we can approve this once the batch, or if the batch is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Trustee
So,
McIntyre?
I mean, I understand it's late, we've got a lot to get through, but I do have I have a couple of questions, obviously, and so I'm worried if there's one that, like, I don't agree with, that's gonna mess up the whole batch. So respectfully, I'm just requesting, I don't support the batching. I think these are things that are, we can get through them quickly, like we can just vote on them quickly, but there's, you know, if there's one that needs to be.
Point of information.
Yeah.
My understanding that if when you're batching, it's a board member privilege, you don't have to take a vote. It's my understanding that you can just request one be taken out for further discussion, if that pleases the board.
So,
Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Trustee Arielle? Yeah.
Oh, she ready? Oh, I guess my concern with batching anything to deal with finance, it's just not a good practice, because I'm looking at Doyle Ryder 3 times, and we've placed so much, we've put so much money in Doyle Ryder, and it's like it's never ending. And so to batch this, we're not doing our due diligence, especially when we're dealing with money.
Madam Chair.
Trustee King?
Oh, when they're both done. I just want to make sure I got your attention.
Yes.
I said, I just.
You're
Okay.
making a statement, and which is a good statement. Trustee King?
Okay,
Yes, we do have to
so
vote on it.
the motion on the floor is to batch the items, so I keep my comments geared towards why I want to batch. In my opinion, this is for me. This is self-explanatory in certain things. Now, when I make a motion to approve the batch, I have several questions, really only 2, about certain things as we pertain to the motion. But we have done batching in the past on several finance things, but I think there's room for my colleagues to ask questions on separate items and you get those questions answered, because I don't think there's nothing, I mean, well, I'll let Ms. Cleese, is there anything in here that you disagree with?
no.
All right, so our CFO doesn't disagree. She has vetted these things. I believe she vetted these things. So I think we should batch these items, and then when we go to approval, we ask, I guess, the question that we have on what
Please do.
agenda item, but we be finished.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Just because you batch, and it's up to the board if you do, we just want to move the items and get things done. But doesn't mean you can't ask questions in discussion for each item that you have a issue with. I just want to put that out there.
Okay, so I understand that. I know how this works, but my concern is that the answers to the question might not be satisfactory to me. So that's my concern. And rather than get mired down in how do we extract one of these things from a batch if something comes up, like there's a lot from the general fund. Right, that's why you have a discussion. But if within the discussion, something comes up where we have to extricate one from one of the batches, I'm just saying, can we just go through and not batch them? I think it just would actually be quicker.
Yeah, okay, so there's a motion on the floor to batch, and we can go by roll call vote. Batch or no vote, is it up or down? So there's a motion on the floor to batch item 11.1 through 11.9. We have heard the discussion, and we can go into a roll call. Yes, if you want batch, as I call your name. Trustee Luna?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
No.
Michael Clack is absent. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
No.
And myself is a no. So we got 1, 2, 3 no's and 3 yes. So
Madam
it's-
Chair.
it fails.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 11.1.
Support. Is in motion and moved in second to approve 11.1.
I support it, yes.
Okay.
I apologize if I
Okay,
didn't
hold
speak
on,
up.
I lost my place here. 11.1. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion. Yes, go ahead.
So I just have questions about just the phone system, and I thought within the past couple of years, there were questions about the phone system in general. And so I understand that we need upgrades to technology, but is this the best service that we can do? And, you know, is this the most cost-effective? And, you know, I just don't want to, you know, rubber stamp just another thing. And is this one of the reasons why the phones haven't been working lately?
She's asking a question.
So some of the handsets have not been working properly, as well as some of the fax lines, and we've been working to straighten those out. This proposal is just for replacing bad handsets in the district.
Handsets? $30,000 for handsets? How many
Headsets.
headsets?
Mm-hmm.
I say hand.
Oh, it say handsets, it does say handsets. Oh,
It's
my.
handsets, which is the actual phone, like sits on your desk that you can push numbers and dial out when you call.
Damn. Ooh. Shit. I missed that.
I don't remember exactly how many. I thought it was on the proposal that was sent forward with all this, but I don't have that information in front of me right now.
So this is the kind of information that I'd like to have before I vote on something. I mean, I have a little information, but again, this is coming from the general fund. It's just,
Madam Chair.
yeah.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Inside the board packet is stated the Sentinel phone handsets, the contract that's right there. When you open it up, on the second page, it should
Could
show.
you give them the page number?
This say page 2. Page 2 in your contract.
Oh, okay.
So right there it says, there's 3 different product descriptions, and it says a quantity of 35 each. That's 105 phones. Okay? I want to make sure I point that out for my colleagues. It says 105 phones, and then there's maintenance in here, right?
Correct.
Right, got you. So while I have the floor, Mr. Henderson, could you, I was going to ask how many phones out, but if it's
Yeah, they can see
105,
it now, yeah.
you got a person.
It's 105.
Okay, all right. Did this just happen, or how long has this been like this?
This has been an ongoing process.
Can you put a timeline on it?
With VARTech over the last 2.5 years.
Two and a half.
Is what I recall.
All right, can I ask I'm gonna ask a question? Why it takes so long to come now? Because I remember when some of us were sworn in, there was a phone issue thing that I know we had switched over to, right? But why does it take so long?
I don't have the answer to that one. For the technology, we were converting from AT&T to Sentinel, and then some of the handsets have come forward as not working properly.
So this is where I'm gonna express my disagreement. I'm gonna vote for it, but if this has been a constant issue, if somebody can help me out, if this is, this should have been addressed a long time ago, right? And this needed to have been addressed because we already heard staff complaining about, not complaining, voicing their opinions on the phones inside the district. This has been a constant thing, and we was reassured that phones work. Now, of course, some phones do work in certain areas, but this quantity of 105, this should have been brought forward. Mr. Henderson, I just think this should have been brought forward. This is my opinion, right? Don't take it in the way of me being condescending in any way, but I just feel like this should have been brought forward if this had been a 2-year process. Thanks.
Okay.
I would like to say something, if it's okay. I think this is kind of important and urgent. We have taken away the cell phones from the students being in the classroom. And each classroom, wherever they are, they need to have access to a cell phone. Whether we should have did it 2 years ago, whether we should do it next year, the issue stand before us now is that our team and administration need these handsets to move forward. And when you look at the quantity and the amount that they're asking, it's not a big deal when you look at the necessity of having them. So I'm supporting this. Trustee Luna was next, I think.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Jones and his senior staff. If we did this a week later, would that affect the urgency? Do you need this done tonight, these items? Are there?
So I know we have issues with, okay. So this is how I'd like to answer that.
Go ahead.
We're running a district with old infrastructure. You're making the changes. We're making changes. And in those changes, there's processes and steps, and then there's things that come, and our team that's working so diligent, VARTech, okay, we need to do this now.
Okay.
Right? And so when they bring that to us and say, Mr. Jones, here's where we are, and we need to do this now, okay? Why are we doing this? Because some of these lines, some of them are different than others. Some of them work, but you can't hear. Some volumes are down, some volumes are.
Right.
So we're fixing. We didn't create the problems, but we're trying to fix them. And when we're talking about handsets, I'll be honest with you, Board, I can't tell you the technical terms and get all deep into what exactly each problem is for the 100 and some odd handsets. I just know we need to make sure our team has done their due diligence, which they did, and we're moving forward to try to make sure teachers have what they need and the rest of the staff. So I would say it's here today because we need it today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee McIntyre.
And make no mistake, I understand that. And make the assumption that it comes forward with the understanding that it's urgent and it's necessary. I'm not trying to disrespect any of the work that's being done or the decision. But the questions I had, so this is for purchase for the phones, or is it for the phones for the year?
purchase of the phones, and then the maintenance agreement is for 12 months.
So we only have maintenance for 12 months. So we own the phones, and we've got a contract with the phone system. And then we have, with this purchase, we'll get a 12-month like warranty
Correct.
maintenance. Now, I'm assuming, but the previous phones that didn't work were not under maintenance or,
Correct.
okay, okay. Oh, gosh, and there was one other question that I had. Gosh, you guys, it's so late. I'm good. It'll come to me, and it won't affect my vote, but I know I've got a question, but sorry about that.
Any more
Brain
discussion?
fart.
Any more discussions? Seeing no further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote for Resolution 11.1. Board members, as I call your name, please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Clack is absent. Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
And myself is a yes, 6 yes. Mr. Jones. 11.2.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.2, approval of lighting repairs at DTM and Nethercutt.
So moved.
Support. It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussions?
So apologies, I remembered what I had to say. If,
We in the midst of discussion on 11.2.
is it okay if I ask the question though? Just,
Let us finish this discussion if it's okay. Because then we'll be going back to something we voted for. Does it relate to 11.1?
yeah,
But you can ask them before, let me finish doing this part,
okay.
if you don't mind. It's been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion for 11.2?
So the idea is to close Nethercutt.
Well, we can't do it tomorrow, so they still
Okay.
have to, we still have to follow the guidelines and procedures. That's
That
what you're
was, that was my question.
Yeah.
So this is like in the interim between now and its closure, like this is what we need.
2025, I think, something.
Yes, to adequately light the area.
Madam Chair.
Any discussions?
Madam Chair. Were you done, Trustee McIntyre? I think I've been the main culprit, but let's make sure we all speak into the mic too. Again, I've
Okay,
been the main
yeah.
culprit. I hear what you're saying, and that's been a concern of mine as we invest money into these facilities, but I'm speaking for myself. Nethercutt closes roughly in a year and a half, and while the students and staff are there, I think it's incumbent upon the board to make sure the safety issues, whether it be lighting, I mean, remember campaigning at Nethercutt and the potholes were ridiculous, and just the HVAC stuff, and I think us making that investment probably would add value as we look at repurposing these spaces for community use under the control of Flint Community Schools. So that's where I'm at.
Any more discussion? We'll conduct a roll call vote for approval of Resolution 11.2. Board members, I call your name. Please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself is yes, 6 yes, 1 absent.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.3, approval for atrium replacement lights at Doyle Ryder.
So moved.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Rutherford?
Mr. Henderson, what's
ma'am.
wrong with the lights?
I'm sorry?
What's wrong? What is it?
The lights are not working well in the atrium. Some of them have burned out, and this was not covered under the previous renovations.
So we just changing light bulbs or the fixtures? Fixtures.
Fixtures
Oh.
to LED lights.
Okay.
So why
Madam
wasn't-
Chair.
When you first walk in the building,
Madam
kind
Chair.
of like the lobby area?
Where we were when we did the.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry.
If I may, Mr. Henderson, I know we briefly talked about updating lighting to reduce energy costs.
Yes.
This is a part of that, or is this a part of that?
It's mostly the fact that it's a yes to your question. It
Okay.
definitely reduces the energy use, but some of them have burned out and need to be replaced. And again, it was not under the original scope of work.
Yeah, when I was in doing writing, I seen some.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So, Madam Chair, I'm confused. If we did all these renovations, why isn't this included? Like, why are we piecemealing
We didn't include that.
patchwork?
patchwork.
I know we didn't. I'm asking why not?
That was
Should be
before
done
my
right.
time, but it was not included in the original scope of work, which was only for the new side of the building to be renovated, and it did not include the atrium or the old side. We only renovated the old side after the flood happened.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will also add too, as we are renovating, there's going to be some things that worked before that will break down that worked prior to a renovation, and now it's breaking down. We're finding that every day with things.
Just like
So,
buying an old car.
I'm not blaming it. I was
yeah,
just asking.
I don't think you were. I
Yeah.
just wanted to offer that as we continue to talk about some of the things that's
Yeah.
coming up.
Any mechanical and electrical device can work today and not work tomorrow. That's just all probability.
So true.
Madam President,
Trustee Luna?
through you to Mr. Jones, was this specific request for maintenance covered under the federal ESSER dollars allowable expenses?
I can't answer, but
That's fine.
I don't think I can answer that question. To my knowledge, if this was a safety or something that scholars needed for their academia, I think that, yes, it would have been something we could cover. And I think lighting is covered. But I don't want to be quoted until
that's
we go
fine.
back
This-
and,
Things happen like a vehicle.
yeah, yeah.
Things pop up.
But we've already allocated
Yeah.
the
Money,
ESSER dollars.
it's already been
yeah.
allocated.
Any more discussions? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to approve Resolution 11.3. Board members, I call your name. Please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
And myself is a yes. 6 yes, 1 absent. Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.4, approval of water restoration services at Southwestern and Doyle Ryder.
So moved.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
The gym roof leaked. Is this the same gym floor?
You got talking to Mike.
You're not talking to your mic.
Is this the same gym floor that we were talking about earlier? There was another gym floor, wasn't there?
That was ALA.
ALA, okay. So this is another leakage with the
This
gym?
was at Southwest. yes.
Southwestern, okay.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
we
we have
we
Doe
live in
Rider
Michigan.
as well.
It's wet and,
Any more discussion? Seeing there's no more discussion, the motion is to approve Resolution 11.4, be conducted by a roll call vote. Board members, I call your name, say yes or no. Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
And myself is a yes, 6 yes, 1 absent.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.5, approval of electrical panel repairs upgrade at Eisenhower.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve 11.5.
Support.
It has been properly moved and second. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Trustee McIntyre.
So, does this mean that we're not up to code right now?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have we not been up to code with our electrical system?
This has been brought to my attention, and that's why we got a proposal on it and moving forward with it.
So how long would you estimate that have not been up to code at Eisenhower?
On this particular 400 amp panel, I would say that it has been a while.
So what concerns me, do we need to inspect all the panels to make sure that we're up to code? I mean, because if this one slipped our notice, are there potentially others, like electrical abnormalities or anomalies?
Some of our panels are in bad shape and do need to be looked at for replacement. It's just allocating the funds to be able to do that.
But I mean, just in terms of knowing what the state of the district is in, right, in terms of compliance with?
I guess my question would be, how do you know it's out of code? What made this come about? I think what happens sometimes is things begin to go out, and then we, just like some engineering we did over at Potter, we found out that the work that was done, consumers needed to come out and bring something up to code. So is this something that when you find out there's a problem with it, then you go to it and you try to get it fixed, you find out it's not up to code?
Correct. That's usually how it works.
Okay, but does that mean you can't have school or you have kids in places they're not supposed to be because something is out of code?
No, you don't have to do that. A lot of stuff is grandfathered in under the code, so that's how you continue. It's when you touch or look at the panel, then it's determined if it's doesn't meet code requirements. This particular one, we had problems within the panel, and to bring it up to code, we had to do all this renovation to it and put in a new 400 amp panel.
Any more discussion?
In your opinion, is there any more electrical situations that we need to be proactive about? I mean, given, your relatively new position, I don't want anything like this to get, this is the problem with institutional memory, when you've got someone who leaves and then, I'm not like blaming or anything, I'm just saying I'm concerned about the old state of our buildings and the safety of our scholars and our staff. Like, I don't want anything.
Safety-wise, I think our panels are fine to move forward because they are grandfathered, but yes, I'm sure we could look at them, and many of them are, would not meet current code requirements, but again, they are grandfathered in under past codes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is 11.5 by Eisenhower. And I think if we want to pursue this whole district, as we talking about panels, I think that should be, what do you think? But anyway.
I'm good, that was my question.
Okay.
We answered it.
Is there any more discussion?
I have a quick question, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Trustee Rutherford.
Mr. Henderson, do you have a routine maintenance that you do on each building to where there's records of when things were last checked?
We have routine maintenance, but not on servicing electrical panels.
Okay. Is that something that we could probably implement in the future?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to approve Resolution 11.5. It will be conducted by a roll call vote. Board members, I call your name, please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Relaford,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
myself is a yes, 6 yes and 1 absent.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.6, approval of heat pump service at Eisenhower Daycare.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Trustee.
I make a motion to approve. Can I approve 11.6, 11.7? I make a motion to approve 11.6 and 11.7.
Support? Support. Been motioning, it been properly motioned second, 11 point, what'd you say, 6 through?
6 and 7.
6 and 7, 11, 6 and 7. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Yes.
Oh,
So the, so is this something that we had to,
which number?
11.7,
Okay.
to get bids for?
To get bids for
So we,
the lead testing,
yes.
we reached out to Arch.
No, we don't have to get bids for
He said no.
So
the state. the
I, yeah, I know, I understand that. It's Arch, so I mean, like, they're gonna test for lead-based paints.
Yes.
Are there any programs, given that, well, like, this is coming out of general funds. Did we do any due diligence to see if there was some way of getting funding for this, given that it's lead and given, you know, where we're, just how things are in our city, you know, with being in compliance with lead. I know that we have a lot of lead-safe home programs and, you know, a lot of testing, you know, because we live in Superfund sites and things. So is there any alternatives besides taking, you know, over $40,000 out of our general fund?
This was a new law that came into effect, so therefore we were pushing it through to comply with the law as quickly as we could. So it was to
Right,
use general
I know
funds.
that, but that's not my question, though. Like,
Well, I said it, and that was to use the general funds to move forward with.
so, sorry?
So is the law requiring us to move this now? Because basically what
Versus seeking.
Trustee McIntyre is saying is, are there any other avenues that can pay for this? Because it's dealing with lead, have we sought out any other avenues to pay for this? It seems as though this is coming forward because it has to be done now.
Now, correct.
Right? Well, is there any other avenues that can pay for this that we've sought out? Or is this something that you have to do now, or we can put other time into this and wait this out until we do that work?
At this point, we cannot wait on this, so that's why I was moving forward with it. And coming out of general fund, I did not seek additional areas for where it could be paid for.
Why not? So the law came into effect October, and it says that we reached out to Arch Environmental. When? Like, this is, so it's January, so now it's urgent, we've got to pass it, but at the time, why weren't we proactive? Did we just reach out to Arch and say, hey, how much is it gonna cost? Like, we'll write a check for you? Or did we say, there's a lot of lead-safe programs in the state of Michigan, and especially for Flint. So I guess it's only $40,000, right?
Well,
mean,
every
the state
every
paid-
dollar counts.
No, I'm
You're
being
right.
facetious,
Yes, I
and
know.
I'm just saying the state paid, I believe, to fix my house up, my own personal home, like around $70,000.
Right.
You know, to deal with lead. So I just don't understand why there's not any urgency or any concern or care, or just like, oh, well, you know, new law, let's just get the checkbook out. I'm sure there's some money for this, and it just doesn't seem like there's any concern about our general fund. That's all.
I think we can, I think if this is something that we need to get done, if the board approves it, we should do some due diligence with MDE to see if there is some ways to pay for it. But I don't want us to not be able to.
I mean,
If the board wants to do that, we can do that, and I think it's right to do, to not just say, oh, we're gonna use one entity and that's that. I think we should do some, if we're saying we have not, I think we could. And so with that, if the board approves us to move forward, if we don't have any monies out there that can do that, we can just move forward and get the work done. Otherwise, we're gonna be waiting
Yeah.
again. So,
And I would like to tune in, you know, and I hear exactly what Trustee McIntyre is saying, but when I see that word lead, and we know what lead does, and the question then I ask myself, are those students at this school worth risking? Because we know where lead is at, it's probably been there. So here we go again. I have to look at what's best for the district and the students. If we could look at, I remember we had this conversation before, we know that the state, if I'm not did not provide those funds, I'm not sure, but Mr. Jones said he will look into it because this is their mandate. Am I correct? The state is saying these lead testing have to be done, am I correct?
yes.
Yes.
So I don't want to prolong this.
Madam Chair, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, ma'am.
I don't want to prolong this, it's up to the board, 4 up or 4 down, however. But we need to start to looking at other revenues as it relates to lead. I'm kind of like Trustee McIntyre. So, Mr. Jones, I would like to see you look forward, but is there any more discussion?
Yeah, can we get a recovery for, if we pay for it, can we get a recovery from Eagle or,
You don't get nothing from Eagle. Maybe
they
MDU.
gotta have something. This is the lead capital right here.
And I'm just
So
saying,
I'm
if the
just saying
state,
it's a lot of programs out, and just maybe we can get a recovery off of what, you know, repairing this situation. That's my thoughts.
So I'll say this. We did some work with Plant Moran, and later on, there was some federal dollars that came available. We're working at this now. They're willing to go back and pay for the work we did with Plant Moran because of some federal dollars that's been appropriated for infrastructure in some way. So this is one of those things where I will go and try to find some funds out there, but I don't want us to delay the line, because everyone has to do this. So do you want to be in July or in October because we're trying to find funds for it and then we don't? Then now we're waiting in line with every district that has to get this done, which is almost every district, well, it's every district in the state. So I'm saying, I'm requesting the board to approve it, and then we do some due diligence, we make some phone calls to see if there's some other funding. We don't want to just spend money either, but I also want to make sure we're moving things forward appropriately in the district.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing there's no more discussion, we'll take a roll call vote. Are we gonna do them separate or together, because you bashed them? 11.6 and 11.7. Board members, I call your name, please say yes or no to approve 11.6 and 11.7. Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Trustee King.
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
No.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
And myself is a yes. 5 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to approve Resolution 11.8, approval of change order for engineering at Doyle Ryder, excuse me.
So moved.
It's
Support.
been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Madam President,
Yes, trustee.
through you to Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, could you explain for the colleagues in the public the urgency in 11.8 being approved tonight?
I'm going to pass that over. Yeah. Can you explain the urgency?
This is the last change order that's coming through from Stantec, and it was for the site grading at Doyle Ryder to be done, and they just didn't incorporate it until now when we were doing the parking lot grading there.
Can you say that one more time?
It was for the civil engineer to come out and do the site grading for the proper water flow off the parking lot, and this is the last change order that was covered under Stantec through that.
I just wanted them to hear you.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion?
So to answer that, this is just a part of the work. We're finishing up, we're cleaning up, trying to get it done. So we're just bringing things forward that needs to get done to the board. Yeah.
Why wasn't it included in the original cost?
Because the parking lot was not included in the original design package. It was just the interior of the building.
So we approved a change order for the parking lot already,
Yes.
but this wasn't included in the change order for the parking lot.
This civil piece was not included in that, correct?
It's terrible.
Why? I mean,
So it came in that the original was under the parking lot, but this was to add site drainage into the draining culverts that remove the water from the parking lot. And it was $6,500 for their,
why wasn't it included in the original?
So who missed it?
That's
the architect.
Okay, all right. So that's really the question is, like, how did this get missed?
Yeah.
Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair, is this the last one for Doyle Ryder?
They said this is it.
I think, that was one of the, I think when they were before us, I said, I do not want any change orders, which I know you can't, sometimes you can't help it, but I just see so many things wrong with Doyle Ryder, and we put so much money in that building. And we have yet to have a month where Doyle Ryder didn't need something. And that is egregious to me, if I could use your word, Carol. Laura, I'm sorry, Laura. So when is enough enough?
hopefully this is enough. And-
Okay.
And it's also the way the Stan Tech contract is written, is to where they come in on an estimated cost, and then they do a final cost at the end based off of the construction dollars that were spent. So if the construction dollars go up, their contract allows them to come back for, it's considered a change order, to do that, and that's how their contract was written.
So what have we learned from this? Better contracts.
Better contract.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any more discussion? Are there any more discussion? Seeing no more discussion, the motion to approve resolution 11.8 will be conducted by roll call. Board members, as I call your name, please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Trustee King,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre. No. Secretary Perkins,
Yeah.
and myself is a yes, 5 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
Madam Chair,
Trustee King,
I make a motion to approve 11.9.
motion on the floor to approve 11.9. Support.
Madam Chair,
It's been properly moved and second. Is there any discussions?
yeah. This is the computers that they use for the safety checkout, right? These are the Dell computers?
Yes.
So these, to my colleagues, when you go into the building, you got the safety advocate, supposed to have the safety advocate right there to check you in. So as I entered the buildings, and some of them, either the computer was slow, badly slow, or didn't, it wasn't connecting with the software or something like that. And I do know this is a need for those safety advocates to be able to check in the right way, because those computers is not compatible with the program. Am I right?
Correct. They're
So-
older computers and they're not compatible.
Yeah, them
with the
things.
system.
Yeah, they're slow as ever or not compatible. I have had my personal experience with this when I entered several buildings. Other buildings don't. Yeah, there's some buildings that don't have it because it's not working. So this is, in my opinion, is needed.
Thank you, Trustee King. Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair.
She had a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
McIntyre, didn't you?
Just wanted to be acknowledged.
Okay, so this is coming out of state grant funding? Which funding source is it coming out of?
So we get it on our state aid report each month, a payment, and we already have the funding because this is funding we received last year, and it's Section 98 funding.
Okay, and so is this something, do all school districts use Dell products? Do they have like a monopoly on the school market? Because that seems like a good gig to me.
That I'm not sure, but Dell has been popular at schools. I can't speak to that, but.
Okay, and so this is what you would recommend for the system to keep it upgraded? I mean, it's, it is what it is, but. Yeah.
Right, yep,
Yeah.
it is compatible with the system.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Rutherford?
Is this the system that the technology requires? You know how they usually recommend one? Is this the one they recommended?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the one they recommended. And also, is there going to be a training? Will they need to be trained on it, or is it's just a matter of the software being downloaded that they are currently using? Is that what we're doing?
That was my understanding.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And I'll just add to that real quick, really quick. They've had training, they've been trained.
Mhm.
This is a matter, like you stated, of the compatibility of the computer itself and the Wi-Fi and all of that together. But the other thing I would say is, when you talk about the computers, RIMC, we go through the RIMC bid, it's already been vetted. So we go through that process through grant funds to make sure that they have chosen something that's already been vetted and bidded through the state.
Oh.
That's how we come to the computer that we've chosen.
Is there any more discussions? Seeing none, the motion is to approve resolution 11.9 by roll call vote. Board members, I call your name. Please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre? Yes. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
And myself, yes, 6 yes, 1 absent.
All right. So, Board President, we are required to make sure that we come before you with an academic update, and we're going to ask Ms. Fields to come at this time to complete her academic update.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can this be done next month or no? It has to be done straight
It has to be done each month.
each month?
Yes.
We haven't been doing.
We haven't had to, but we need to start in January, making sure we come forward.
In essence of the time, could we have this at the meeting when we gonna have the good information, the good lobbying, the good completion of phase? Can we have that the first order of business? Is that a fair request?
Well, we was trying to, but the system was.
Madam President.
I want to hear from you. I do. But in the essence of the time, you know, I just,
You
if this
said
the
how
pleasure
long
of the
we have
board, Mr. Jones, if that's okay.
If you're going to have, if you don't know if you're going to be able to have the meeting, number one, next week, I just want to make sure that we are complying. And Ms. Fields, if you could since we have to do it every month, she can do pieces. So we could take some slides off and just maybe cover the literacy. Let's cover the literacy tonight, and then we can cover math and the systems goal at another time.
Not a problem. This
All
should
right.
just take a couple minutes, sir, and I want to bet you able to respect the board's time. It has been a long evening. You've done some good work tonight. And I just want to cap it off by being able to highlight some of the wonderful things that have occurred as a result of your decision-making at this board. For our partnership goals, as I explained earlier, there was a couple of areas that we're highlighting, and we're going to focus on literacy. So if we could please go to the literacy page. And it says at the top, literacy improving instruction. Keep going, sir, if you could, Steve. One more. Keep going. One more. All right. So as a result of the board's decision-making over the past year, and then the work that has been done through subcommittee, sub-academic committee, several initiatives have taken place in order to be able to support the partnership goals. In our ELA curriculum, this board voted in and adopted a fantastic curriculum that has come with fantastic coaching and data that I'll be able to share next month with you in regards to the coaching that we're receiving from the curriculum that this board bought. We have ongoing professional development and instructional priorities that include formal assessment, small group instruction, and our literacy implementation plan. We have been able to, just through Flint Community Schools alone, offer 587 hours this year of professional or of one-on-one coaching with teachers, in addition to 80 additional hours of after-school PD. We have diverse classroom libraries, which is part of our partnership agreement across the district. We have well made our 18-month goal with having at least, I think it's 4, and we should have 2 additional ones with 6 total by the end of this year. In addition to that, we've met all of our literacy grant goals. We've had walkthroughs. We have a district literacy team that's been supporting these efforts, as well as improving literacy instruction, which can be reflected in the school index scores, which are posted in this PowerPoint that I've shared with you. I've already mentioned in our literacy implementation plan that we're focusing on the essentials and the number 3 and number 4 bullets for elementary, which is formal assessment and the small group instruction, and then we have one additional goal for the literacy essentials at the secondary buildings with focusing on student-led conferencing, in addition to the small group and the formal assessment. We have done we've done 2, and we're working on our 3rd fellowship to be able to support the literacy implementation plan, as well as some attendance work that we've done, bringing attendance agents to the fellowship that supported our additional attendance goals that are within the literacy plan. And if there's any questions at this particular point in time, I can answer those on this short slide, and we'll be able to pick up the additional information on our next meeting. I'd also like to just mention very briefly, one of your goals in your partnership is your governance goal, and that was to, that you had to make sure that you have the essential trainings and the workshops that you were supposed to do. You smashed your 18-month goal. You met your goal way before your 18-month mark. We'll be well on our way to getting to your complete goal probably by your 18-month mark. So congratulations to you, board, for meeting that 18-month goal before we even got to the 18th month mark. So great job.
Thank you, Ms. Fields.
You're welcome, sir. And thank you, board, for having me this evening.
I just do want to make this quick announcement as we go to Washington, D.C. There is a luncheon that's $65. If board member wants to go, they need to get that approved. And it's my understanding that I think one of the senators, Stabenow, would be at that luncheon. I'm not sure, but if board member wants to go, they are welcome. I mean, you can take a vote if you wanted that $65 for your dinner at the DC trip, or you can pay individual. If you want to go, just pay it yourself if the board don't want to approve it. And also, for the first time in history, we are all 7 board members are certified. Yay. We are a certified board. Thanks to Michael Clark, the last made us the first. The last came in, made us the first to have that. Any
So,
more comment?
I want to know, how many of them want to go to the luncheon? How many are going, first of all?
I think everyone's going except Dylan,
Huh?
Treasurer Luna.
Everyone is going to accept Trustee Luna.
Treasurer Luna.
Well, I think it's a good networking tool. If we're gonna have senators and stuff there, that's why we're going down there. So
Okay.
I want to go to the luncheon.
We can do a roll call vote, those that,
Make a motion in the support.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we go to the luncheon in DC.
Okay, support.
roll call vote. Trustee Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Trustee Dillon?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
We're supposed to have discussion.
Girl, always
I just
throwing
want us to
a
follow the
monkey
rules,
wrench in.
but, okay, yes.
And myself a yes, 6 yes.
I just wanted to say, with
And that's really authorizing us to pay for
Pay for it in
the
advance.
luncheon. I just want that on the record.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Is there any more comments from the board?
Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think that's a great opportunity to sit down with Ms. Stabenow, Senator Stabenow. I don't want to misquote her name. Just a great opportunity. But first of all, it's freezing in this building. I am cold.
Yes.
And I got on layers and I'm cold. So I just wanted to address that. But also, I just want to say, first of all, we had a great year last year. We did a lot, and I don't want us to lose that momentum. Congratulations to all of the new officers. I just ask that I'm not the chair of academics, that you keep it going in the direction that it was going in, and that they continue to feel empowered and feel heard, and also that the math books get to where they need to be sooner than later. I have all the confidence that you will be able to keep the district moving forward, but I just ask that we do not go backwards. Thank you.
Go ahead, then I want to make a comment.
So I remembered kind of what I had to say, and I just want to make it real quick, but I do want us to address at some point in a future meeting when we do shut down buildings or when we stop a service and do another service, or we get rid of, or we update our computers. I did have a member of the community who really would like us to have some kind of policies and procedures about what we do when we're downsizing or resizing, like, so that we don't have another central high school and just leave the doors open and not dispose of records, equipment, materials, books. So like, what are we gonna do with the old phones, for example? What are we, I mean, some of them are trifling, but like the whole building at Central. And I did promise them that I would bring that up, that maybe we could have a discussion about what we do with old furniture, or what we do with old computers, or, you know, anything. You know, I know that Chartwell's has tried to repurpose some of the old stoves or ovens or things like that, but that we have more of a robust discussion and let the community know, kind of like that we're good stewards of, you know, even some old chairs that we're getting rid of. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make my last comment, and it's to respond to a public comment because I refuse to let anyone come in and come to my face and say what they said. I was a public health navigator, coordinator, supervisor for Michigan United. It was the little blue tent during the pandemic. Everybody would come. We go from place to place. The nurses are from Airel Hospital. They did vaccination. I hired a couple of your board members, didn't work out, but there's never was a time that I have the authority or the power to come into this school because they had their vaccination clinics set up. I don't even have access to give vaccination. Michigan United under Aurora was my boss. What's the last name? Cecita. And Pastor Monica was the manager. And we go from place to place, and sometimes the nurses would come to the school and whatever, however that's set up, I think was Southwestern. But not at one point did Dr. George Ellis McNeil do what I was accused of. So I'm just clearing my name up. I don't even know where to get vaccination from, but it was a community, and we had about 15 or 20 employees. We had tents all over. We went to churches. We went everywhere. But those was registered nurses from Airel. And one thing about Flint Public Schools, I think you guys always had your clinics on board. So I just want to clear that up, that that was not a true statement, and that's all I have to say.
Madam Chair, I'll be remiss without recognizing that January is Board Appreciation Month.
Is it?
January is Michigan Board Appreciation
What date
Month.
is it?
It's the whole month.
Oh,
I do want to recognize the service of this board. During disagreements, we have remained civil. We have moved this district forward in so many ways that has been stalled. It has only been a year. It's only been a year since we've been here.
done a lot, yes.
And we've done a tremendous amount of work, and I'm looking forward to the work that's ahead. But I do want to make sure we know that our service that we do, for the time we put in, the stress, the brain, you know, the stuff that we put in every day, I want to make sure that's recognized by us. But I also do want to make sure we get that doodle poll out for the urgent issues that we need to accomplish for next week. So I look forward.
Thank you. So the Board of Education will hold its Board Committee of the Whole meeting on Wednesday, February 14 at 6:30 p.m. at ALA. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for bringing everything in on Valentine's Day. We appreciate that.
Wasn't me.
You know that's Valentine's Day.
It's okay.
Seeing there's no further business of the board, I declare the regular meeting adjourned at what time? 10:23. I've been up 16 hours. No, yeah, 19 hours.
It's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I got up at 4, and I've been gone ever since.